Of football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastland 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
First division clash of the Eastland match of the round between the two Division 1 heavyweights in the Montrose Football Club and, of course, the Mitcham Tigers Football Club. And a huge clash here. We're going to go across to the media manager, Ryan Long, who's got a big announcement to make.
Yes, we are very happy to be joined by Martin Prizes from the EFL Umpires. His 2000th game today, Martin. Thanks for joining us. It's a massive achievement, and it's been talked about this week as one of the best things that's happened for the league in this season. So congratulations, and thanks for joining us and giving up some time.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to come up here. 2,000
games, it's a hell of a lot of games, and it's been a long time. I think you started in 1979, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's
but
correct.
That's a lot of decades of football, so you've seen the game change from your point of view. And what's been the main thing that's kept you going this long and kept you involved and interested to keep going every year and reach this milestone?
Fitness-wise, just getting out there every Saturday and keeping myself fit. And the friendships I've made over the journey. You know, it's not just other umpires, it's players themselves. And even at the stage now, the other Sunday, I was doing a under-8s game, and an 8-year-old come up and said, "Can I have your photo with me?" Next minute, his father and his two brothers come up. I've umpired the whole four of them.
That's
that's what makes it all very good.
And obviously, you've umpired both the juniors and seniors. Do you get some players where, do you remember some that you see at a junior level and then suddenly you're umpiring them at a senior level and see them come through? Because it's a long time, obviously, across the decades that you've been going for.
Yeah, I've had that. There was a kid from Vermont. I was walking my dogs around Fair Park, and he was running around down in the TAC system, and he come up to me and said, "Remember umpiring me when I was an 8-year-old?" Yeah, they all come up and talk to me. So that's what it's all about.
G'day, Marty. Blake Tennant here. It's a tremendous achievement. You know, I've been around the Eastern Footy League for quite a bit, and I don't think I've ever actually seen anyone do 2,000 games as an umpire. So it's a tremendous achievement. Well done to you for that. Just a quick one. Quick question. How many have you done any Premier Div 1 Grand Finals? And if so, how many have you done? Just for the listeners.
No.
No?
No, never, ever umpired a Div 1 Premiership.
What's the best accolade you've done as an umpire, you reckon?
I think a third division senior game is the highest I've ever got.
So, and of course, do you see yourself going on for the next couple of years? Because, it's a big achievement and all that, but how long do you reckon? I reckon I can give you another 3 more years. Can you? Can you try give me another 3?
I'm trying to work on that. I'm 76 at the moment.
Yeah, wow.
And I've got something in the back of my mind that I'd love to do it and say 80.
80. So there we go.
I'm working towards it. So we'll see how it goes.
Yep.
If the body holds up, I'll still be around some sort of capacity.
No worries.
And it's a tight group, the Umpires Association, and I've learned a bit from Scotty since I've come into the league. And what is it like during a week? Of course, you get to train with the other umpires. It's a very socialised a group, and it's always been a very tight-knit group.
Yeah, it's like a football club. It's basically the same as a football club where we encourage each other, we help each other, we try and improve each other's game. As we should, and especially I'm one of the elder statesmen now, and I try to help anyone else. Anyone's got a problem, come and ask me and I'll help them.
And you're a very humble man, and obviously on the week you would have had, I'm sure, quite a few messages. It was a big night on Wednesday night,
yes.
and you well celebrated. Do you enjoy that side of thing, or do you sort of look at it as are you a bit more of a...
I enjoyed that,
yeah,
yes.
You did, and you got to share that with family as well?
But I'm sort of a backseat guy.
Yep.
I'm not really into the flamboyance, out front sort of thing.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you for coming on board, Marty. Tremendous achievement. 2,000 games. As I said before, I've never seen that as an umpire myself. So mate, congratulations. All the best for the next 3 or 4 years that you said. Hopefully
Thanks,
we can
Blake.
get you on there, and all the best for today, and do some good calls and all that, and have a good day today, mate.
Always do good calls, mate.
Yes, always.
Thanks for that, fellas.
No worries. There you
Thanks,
go. So Marty there from the Umpires Association. 2,000th game, of course, tremendous achievement as well. So that will do. Thanks again, Marty, and all the best for that. Joining us as well in the pre-game is Paul Laconey as well. Paul, welcome, of course, to the pre-game. Great to have you on board.
Thank you, guys. It's interesting day out there, but yeah, I'm looking forward to what should be a big contest.
It is indeed as well. And then politely get to Ryan on how he's feeling. Of course, he called the game today, female women's game between South Croydon and South Belgrave. How was that this morning?
Oh, it was a great game. Blake, 2 top Premier Division sides, and South Croydon were very impressive. They ran away with that late. It was quite a close contest for 2 and a bit quarters, but they were sensational. Black and Martin had 5 goals each, so really impressive.
So there you have it. And now we're going to be joined by the Montrose senior head coach in. Now, I've been doing this, trying to do this the whole week. I like building impressive resumes, and I think I might have a crack at this one. But joining us is Gary Ayres, a 4-time Premiership player, 2-time Norm Smith, five already.
You missed 91.
There you go, and 2-time Norm Smith medalist, a 2-time VFL Premiership coach from Port Melbourne, Gary Ayres. Welcome aboard, and good to see you back for another EFNL Saturday, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Blakey. Thanks for the introduction, mate.
No worries. So coming into today, a bit of a form streak at the moment for the Demons, winning your last 3 games again. So you've beaten Montana, Doncaster in a big win last week against South Belgrave. Do you feel like you're trying to, after a couple upsets that you feel like questionable losses, that sort of thing, do you feel like you're back on track where you should be in this middle part of the season?
Yeah, I think so, Blakey. We probably had a really close win over North Ringwood at home, and I think that was a bit of a catalyst for this sort of momentum that we've got in the last 3 weeks. But I think we've had a fairly settled group too over the last month. We haven't had too many guys miss, whereas that sort of period from Park Orchards to Mirralbark, we were having guys miss, and we were having to make 3 or 4 or 5 changes as well. And I think that's the same anywhere. In this division, it's just really, really even. And I think if you've got your best players on the park, more often than not, then that performance should be relative to what you put out there. So, but, today's a challenge. Obviously, they're the reigning premiers, and they're on their, or we're here on their home deck. So all we can do is adapt and adjust to the conditions, because it looks like this rain might be setting in today. And, the ground looks in really good nick, but, yeah, we're just going to have to play the percentages and take our moments when they're there, I guess.
Yeah, and as well, I think we've got to mention the big fellow in Ryan Garthwaite. Do you just want to mention, last time we saw the match of the round, he kicked 9 goals, and it's been a tremendous rise for Ryan to be where he is right now, sitting on, I think it's about 56 goals at the moment. So talk about how happy you have been with him, because he's been a pretty very impressive player for the Demons.
Oh, he has, Blake. He's been awesome, and we're probably lucky that he decided to come back, because he was going to try his hand at punting in America, and we always knew about that. So anyone that wants to fulfill a dream and live their dream, we're happy to see that occur, but it didn't. So clearly he's now in a really good headspace, and just the work he does when he doesn't have the ball, I think it's phenomenal. And the other thing that he does really, really well is his leadership too, and he plays at a consistently high level, clearly, and I think he's also getting wonderful support, and there's a really nice connection from other guys in the forward line, whether it's Bailey White, Ty Galbraith, whether it's Luke Jenkins, who's come in over the last month and played some pretty solid footy, Brad Watson, Isaac Tanzamat. He got his lick of the ice cream a couple of weeks ago when he kicked 7 against Doncaster. So I think that ability to play together, as I said, over the last month without making too many changes, just improves your cohesiveness, and I think that's good for the group.
That probably leads into my next question where, as you said, Tanzamat kicked the 7 a couple of weeks ago. Bailey White was really important last week with 4 goals. So as good as Ryan is, you're not relying on him to win you the game. You have so many other options, and that's quite handy. Even a Taj Heap, if he's not playing midfield or high half forward, you've got those other options where, coming to a final series, if Ryan gets shut down, you've got, plan B and plan C.
Absolutely, and we don't want to be just a one forward line player because clearly, again, probably before all you boys were born, but there was certain full forwards back in the sort of 80s and 90s, and because so much play was directed through them, if they had an off day or...
Your Dunstals and...
Yeah, well, he probably was lucky because he had a few other boys there, and Brereton and Curran and Paul Deere and Tony Hall and Buccaneer and Judge and these guys, whereas other teams didn't have that sort of luxury, I guess. So if you're channeling so much supply, then on a final or a big game, then that gets shut down. Well, then you're looking for other guys to actually carry the can, and sometimes they can't. So we're really trying to work on multiple avenues if we can, because we're not a finished product by any stretch of the imagination, and I don't think you want to be playing your best footy now. Clearly, as we saw last year, Mitcham were able to do that over the finals, and of course they got a flag against South Belgrave, who clearly were undefeated until the grand final.
With Mitcham, obviously them being the reigning premiers, where do you think is their biggest strengths and what you've been working on towards during the week?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I reckon it's their midfield, which is as strong as any midfield in the competition, and it starts with Lovell, and clearly you've got Halos, you've got Cherry, you've got Uren, and of course their ability to float enough guys through there, I think, has been quite impressive. And again, there's a few guys out I'm aware of, but all you can do is go and try and play against the ones that you know are going to be out there. So I think it starts with Lovell. Baglaver's not there obviously because he's away, but clearly what they will do, and we've seen already, the teams that have got guys in that are young and enthusiastic, and whether it's Sanderson or Townsend who came in and played their debut games last week, well, they'll be hard and they'll be a formidable opponent. But I think it's in their midfield where they're really, really strong.
Does it almost make it a little bit more difficult when you do? Obviously, there's a lot of good players on that side that are missing today, probably in their defence and forward line. The midfield, as you said, pretty much all out there. But does it make it a little bit difficult when you've got those 19s where a lot of them you probably haven't seen a whole lot of? And certainly we had a few last time we were here in that game against Park Orchards that were really impressive, and they jumped him out of the gates. Does that make it a little bit more difficult to plan ahead?
It does to a degree, but one thing you do get when you've got youth is that enthusiasm and that, I guess, ferocity at the ball, and because they really are still learning the game and they don't know their game. It takes about 50 games, I think, before you understand what works and what doesn't work. So, no, we're as prepared as we can be, but I think these games are really about your mindset and your attitude. And if that's, in our case, as good as it has been the last month, then I think we'll play okay. But if it's a bit off, then obviously the opposition have an opening, and of course then they can sort of be doing what they need to do.
Just one more as well, Gary. Jesse Uren, you touched on him, of course, and you don't have to tell me a player, but all that. But will you have someone on him to, he's having a very good year, as you can tell. But is he going to be, you're going to be looking into him a bit today?
Yeah, we will, Blakey. We'll certainly try and, I guess, work as much to what we want to do and how we want to play, and clearly give the respect to the opposition, which they need to have, clearly. So, but we'll just try and see what we think is working for us, how we can dismantle them to a degree. Look, he's a midfielder who kicks goals, so that makes him even more dangerous, as we know. So, but no, there'll be someone, as there always is, accountable for anyone that plays. So, but again, if we're getting first use and then we're working hard on the way we want to play, then hopefully that gives them something to think about when we've in, I guess, our transition.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Gary. All the best for today's massive clash against the reigning premiers in Mitcham, and all the best. Hope you get the 4 points.
Well, thanks,
today.
boys. Have a good
Thanks,
call.
Gary.
Thank
you.
you.
No worries. Gary is there. The Montrose senior head coach there, doing a terrific job for the last couple of years for the Demons, guiding them to finals in every year that he's coached now, of course, with a prelim last year and a semi-final the year before that. So, and they're fine. They're second on the ladder at the moment, and they're doing pretty good things. We might touch on a few games. I think we'll just go through our tips.
Division 4?
Yeah, we'll start off with Division 4. I think the game that clearly stands out in front of us as we speak right now is Scoresby taking on Churnside Park. Last time we were there, me and you, Ryan, and I think you were there too, Paul. No, that's okay. Down there at Kimberley Reserve, and Churnside just blitzbrew Scoresby, especially in that third quarter. Justin Fricker really put the hammer down and put the game on ice, and I felt like that was the turning point. But Scoresby, they've improved out of sight. I think they're game clear on top as we speak right now. But in Division 4, there'll be games where there's a lot of 9s and 10s being played. But how do you see this game panning out? Do you see the Magpies continue on their winning way? How do you see this?
For me, it's Scoresby, and based off probably their form over the last month and a bit, they've been the best side in it. Whitehorse, we talked about their form last week, went to Stringfield Park, knocked them off. I know they came off a bye, and sometimes potentially that ruins your momentum, which it may have from a Pioneers point of view. But they're scoring so heavily, and you compare that to other sides. They're the number one attack. I know it's a bit different with obviously some teams playing less than others at the moment with the buys and an uneven fixture, but they're scoring more. Defensively, I think they're still ranked number one as well. So a lot of the times they've been able to shut out opposition sides and not give them any chance. And Paul, I don't know if it's going to be all on their terms today, and obviously conditions will make it a bit harder to score. But for me, I think Scoresby just look like a little bit more of a consistent side than Churnside.
Yeah, I think obviously being the number one scoring team gets you further, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I think the rain, the wet conditions will make it interesting, as it always does in games of footy. But I think Scoresby, they are the form team at the moment, and I think they should win over Churnside Park.
So I'll go Scoresby. I think I'll go Scoresby today. So we'll go Scoresby there. I thought we might just touch on quickly just the reserve score at the moment. It's Montrose landing 4-2-26 to Mitcham 3-4-22. So the reigning premiers, of course, they lost the last two.
Finalists.
They're grand finalists. They were there back-to-back years. So it's a good style for Mitcham there. Kilsyth being another warning. I think you got to back the Cougars in. And I believe the hottest topic at Kilsyth Footy Club today is Justin Van Unen will kick 1,000th goal. He's got to kick three. He's got to kick three, and I believe players and supporters and everything will be running on the ground today.
Well, that's right, and you've got to hope that it's not the conditions he probably woke up wanting to have. And Nuttawading have been a lot more competitive this season. So, look, that'll be obviously a talking point, but probably more outside of the game rather than the players on the field. If it's a close, tight game at half time and he's kicked one, they're not going to be thinking about it. They're going to firstly put their all their efforts into winning the game. If they're up by 8 or 9 goals and you've got a quarter to play, well, we know where the ball's going.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Paul? Do you think you can do it today, or are we waiting next week?
Well, it's really interesting. I think he probably wouldn't have wanted him waking up not wanting to see these conditions. But it's really interesting. Like, if it's a close game, like in like the second half, if it's 2 or 3 goals in the last quarter, they'll obviously put their efforts into winning the game. But if it is, say, 9 or 10 goals, they'll put everything to get it to the big man.
Yeah. All going Kilsyth for this one?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm going to back the Cougars in there. Croydon North taking on Whitehorse. Now, at the start of the year, if you're from a mutual point of view, you would think Whitehorse would win comfortably. Now, things have changed. Croydon North are playing some very good football at the moment. Obviously, with the ladder in 4th Division, they've only won the 2 games, but they've been in the games pretty much the whole year. But if you would have told me that about probably 4 or 5 years ago, you would say definitely not. But the improvement from Croydon North Hemlock has been through the roof. Right?
It has, and their 2 wins have come from the last month or so of football. So they've got better as the season have gone by. They're getting those margins against the top four sides cut down each week. Kilsyth last week, there was only 14 points in it. I don't think they're going to beat the Pioneers today, but they're going to hang around for a good half and a bit. But I just think Whitehorse, too much on the line with a double chance up for grabs and too much firepower for me. So Pioneers.
And Paul?
Yeah, I think the Pioneers will win. I think they'll win in a close one, though. Maybe 3, 4 goals. I mean, as we all know, the wet conditions is always a real evener in football. But I think they'll take it up to Whitehorse, but I think Whitehorse will win.
Yeah, I think we're going to go Whitehorse with that. I think they'll win by the 4 to 5 goal margin. Forest Hill, of course, they have the bye in 4th Division today. I think we're going pretty well with time, so we might go into 3rd Division. Judging through it all at the moment, I think the game, there's 2 games that are going to be full on, I reckon. Surrey Park taking on Knox. Last week we were there, Brian, and I think you were there too, Paul. No. That's okay. I've done that twice now.
You're not great with your surroundings.
Yes. But Surrey Park last week, they were, it was really tough, obviously, with the start. That would have happened, of course, with Jack McLaren going down. We sent all of ours. He's going to him and his family, after a really tough incident that happened on the field last week. But Knox have been playing some good footy, of course, but Coldstream got the best out of them, winning by 27 points last week. But you would say Surrey Park, they would want to win this game just due to where they are on the ladder, because I think if they drop this one here...
Coldstream are in range.
Yeah.
They've actually moved into the same amount of wins. Surrey's percentage still superior. But it's a good point, Blake. And Paul, seeing Surrey Park last week, when you have those injuries, it hurts to key players in McLaren down back, Tom Smith on ball to have him gone at half time. Yep. They just write that result off pretty quickly and they move on. And I think if Knox are ever a chance to beat Surrey Park, this would be the week with their injuries and their injury toll. And I actually tipped them on the podcast as my roughie. Do you sort of think that this is a potential chance for the Falcons to make a statement? They failed to do so last week against a good side in Coldstream. They've got another chance to make up for it this week on the road. Yeah,
of course. And, as well as they've been going this season, Knox, these games are the games you want to win to prove yourselves as a real contender. But I think, this is a really interesting game I've been looking forward to. But I think Surrey Park, after last week, even though they've got their injuries, I think they will bounce back. But they'll win by about 2 goals. Or it'll be a close one. Yeah.
And, judging through that game last week that we were there, it didn't feel like the margin. That's what I've been saying the whole week.
It was 19 points just before 3/4 time.
So the margin wouldn't indicate where the game was on the scoreboard. So I think
the only other big inclusion, Sartaz comes across from Blackburn, little of a mid-season movement.
I think our Eastern Football Netball League correspondent and AKA Surrey Park's man, Josh Ward, told us that during the week. So thank you again, Wardy, for that.
He didn't need a shout-out, mate.
He's back in the reserves, I like to call it. The Northern.
He has been dropped to the Northern League. No, he's chosen to go there. That's fine.
Yeah. Next game that really stands out as well, I think, in Division 3, Upper Gully taking on Coldstream, where both sides sit. Upper Gully, they were pretty disappointing, you would say, last week against Pantry Gully. I think the Gully got a hold of them pretty comfortably in the end there. And it was a massive day because obviously it was a battle of the bridge down there, you would say.
The bridge? Is there a bridge between them?
Well, you would say there's a little bit of a line going through there. It's just a line that you say. It's like
they're very close rivals,
so a 45-point win there from Fair Tree Gully last week, of course. And I think with Upper Gully, if they want to keep their finals aspirations alive, they've got to beat a contender at home down at Kings Park against Coldstream. I think this will be a huge clutch if Upper Gully can get home here, because then that keeps their finals aspirations alive. Because if an Oakley or a Fair Tree Gully win today, I think they could climb up ahead of them.
Well, they could drop out of the 5 again, and it's a spot they've earned so far. The big win against Oakley probably showed that they were the 5th best side, but they're yet to beat anyone in the top 4. Another chance again with Coldstream. I think Coldstream are just going to have, Darcy Fritsch is obviously the big one who kicked 9 goals last week and very hard to stop. Mitch Edmonds probably having a bit more of a quieter season. Their midfield's so strong. With these conditions, potentially that gives them their best chance possible, but I still think Coldstream are going to have enough answers. If they do pull off that, that's when you can start to talk about finals. You can start to talk about them locking up a spot potentially in a top 5 scenario.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, how do you see this, Paul?
Yeah, this is another game where, Upper Gully are looking to prove their finals aspirations. Obviously, they were disappointing last week against Ferntree Gully. I think, for me, I'm going to go Coldstream in this one.
Yep. So I think I'll go Coldstream. Just tip and a quick explanation on these sort of games. Judging on the ladder, you would say, Ferntree Gully, Sylvan. Do we still think Ferntree Gully would get home? I know it is at Sylvan and the conditions might still be the same. Can we see an upset brewing down there at Sylvan, or do the Gully just do what they needed to do and get another win?
There's a chance in these conditions in a ground that's it will be interesting to see how it holds up. But Ferntree Gully finding some form, probably got their best team on paper at the moment in, and I think they're going to have the answers for them. I think this will be close. I don't think they're going to win by a massive margin, Ferntree Gully, but win this and they just keep looking ahead and suddenly, they're actually only, a game or so out of the 5. So they'll be hoping Upper Gully lose. They're hoping Fair Park knock off Oakley in an upset, and then suddenly, potential chance.
What do you reckon, Paul?
Yeah.
Can you see an upset or no?
I can actually, yeah. I think up there in Sylvan, I think this is a real banana peel game for Ferntree Gully, if you can call it that. But yeah, I think this is a must-win for Ferntree Gully to keep their finals aspirations alive because they're only a game and percentage out of 5.
Right.
But this is a danger game for them. But I think Ferntree Gully should win this one, but in a close one.
Yeah.
Funny how time changes, Paul. There were probably a month or two ago they were in last place and looking, just trying to get out of the relegation conversation. They're now in a position with Blake where they,
the injuries.
they're not out of it this year.
Nah,
they're not a side you want to play on the run home.
Nah, definitely not. They could spoil your finals chances as well. So I'm going to go Ferntree Gully, boys. So I'll go with that one. Just 2 more games. Oakley taking on Fair Park. Oakley, I think they just need a win.
Danger game for Oakley.
It is.
Danger game.
Yep. So
I would not be surprised if Fair Park get across the line.
after the big win last week against Sylvan.
Yep.
So I feel like if Oakley District win, and let's just say Upper Gully lose, they're in the 5, Oakley. So it's a massive game for Oakley, but also could have ramifications sort of thing.
They do. To me, they don't have enough contributors at the moment, Oakley District. Blake Pearson was massive last week, and again, you can't be relying on Pearson to carry them, put the side on his back and get him to a final series. They've dropped off in a few areas. They're probably not scoring as much. They weren't overly convincing against Warrandyte last week. They've found a way to find 4 points, which is fine. That's all they need to do. Again, similar sort of story. It doesn't matter if they win by a point, as long as they get those 4 points, and then their big game will come when they play up Ferntree Gully. And then do they play Ferntree Gully again? I think they would have to play Gully again as well.
Who's Fair Park?
No, Oakley District. I think those are the 2 big games on the run home. Sorry, Paul. They'll look at as a must-win opportunity if they are to play finals this season. But even if they do make the 5, Blake, I just don't see them having any impact this year.
Yeah. So I think they play each other around 15, maybe. We'll try to find it out.
We'll have a
shortly.
look. It would certainly be interesting.
Round 18 even, could be. Just give us a sec here. Yeah, round 18. So round 18 they play each other. So that could be a huge one as well for Oakley District. But I think they've just got to do business as per usual today. Donvale taking on Warrandyte. Donvale, of course, you did the big headline, the second biggest winning streak now in the Eastland Football Netball League. I think it's about 28 now, I believe.
28, yes.
Yep.
Second biggest of the senior men's. We spoke on the podcast this week that the Eastern Devils in the senior women's in Premier Division now are at 31, I believe, which is a side that looks like they might just about go through for another grand final. But Donvale, as you said, 28 games, very, very hard to do. Most of those wins have been quite comfortable too. They had a very close game in round 2 against Surrey Park.
Yep.
Had a couple of close games against Ferntree Gully last year, but apart from that, they find a ways to win by 5 goals or more. And the amount of times they've scored 100 plus in those games is massive. We saw the combination of Day, Murphy, Duncan, the other day.
Yeah.
They've just got too many options, and I think this one could be a bit of a blowout. Probably a good thing that it's not great conditions to Warrandyte.
Yes, Paul.
Yeah, I think Donvale as well should win this one pretty comfortably.
And I think as well, I think they're ready. Quite frankly, I saw him. We obviously saw him Ryan last week, and I definitely feel like Donvale are ready to go up a division. And I said this I reckon I said this at the start of in the pre-season predictions that we were doing, that Donvale, and I think I can't remember what year it is, but maybe 2012, I believe they pulled out. They had to fold.
They missed a year, yeah.
And the thing that I heard from talking to some of their players is the club wants to get where they were in 2012, which was in Division 2, and they want to be back there. And I think they truly deserve to be back there as well. So I'm going to go Donvale there as well, and I think we're due for...
We're going to go, yes, that's right. We'll go for an ad break, mate.
So we're going to go for an ad break. We've got Neil Winton coming on after that, and we'll hear from our call team just in a short sec.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the huge Division 1 clash here between the two Division 1 heavyweights in the Mitcham Football Club and the Montrose Football Club. We'll go to the reserve score first. It's Mitcham 5-5-35 to Montrose 4-4-28 in the third quarter. About 19 minutes gone, and I think there's about 10 seconds to go. So Mitcham up there as well. Grand finals, of course. And speaking of grand finals, they were there last year and they were holding up a cup. I thought I'll build this resume up for you, Neil.
I'll keep going, mate. You can talk all day if you want to.
So we got a 2-time premiership player as well, and of course just recently got his third premiership as a coach. So welcome aboard, Neil Wilton, into the show, mate.
Thanks for having me, guys, on a beautiful day for footy.
Absolutely.
Was the resume top-notch there? Were you pretty
You could have pumped me up a bit more, mate, but that's all right. You haven't got enough time. You've got to speak about some other things.
Yes, of course. Neil, just a quick one. Very. I would say it's a bit on and off start. I think you lost to South Belgrave early days, and of course, and you won, I think, the 3 in a row, and you had the big win against Park Orchards. But do you feel like today, with the game today, how it's been planned out? Do you feel it's an 8-point game? If you can win this game today, it will keep you, maybe even your top 3 aspirations alive if you win today.
Yeah. There's not a lot of room between sort of 2 to 5 at the moment. So yeah, it is a really important game for us. You're right. We've sort of been a little bit up and down. We've had some availability issues earlier on in the season and a little bit now. But yeah, we did get rolling before that break, and then sometimes it's not a good time to have a break when you're playing really well. And we came back, and South Belgrave gave us a bit of a touch up after that. But we got a nice win last week against Mooroolbark, and obviously today against Montrose, who were arguably going as well as anyone in the competition. They took care of South Belgrave pretty comfortably last week. So yeah, it's going to be a really, really good challenge for us today in these conditions.
Yes, as well. And before I hand it over to the boys, of course, for a couple of questions. Rowan Garthwaite, I think he kicked maybe 4 against you guys last time you played. Is he a player that, you're going to put someone on him to make sure that he doesn't have as much impact? That sort of thing. You don't have to give me a player, but will you
I
put
don't think it matters if I tell you who's playing on him. Riley Nicholas is going to play on him. He's kicked, 55?
56 goals.
Yeah, so he's clearly the number 1 forward in the competition, and he causes headaches for every opposition coach. So it's more so about trying to support Riley as much as possible. Riley's going to be giving away a bit of height and size today on Garthwaite, but it's more about making sure the supply chain gets cut off and it's as messy as possible going forward, because there's not too many defenders in the competition that can stop Garthwaite if Montrose are getting clean possession down to him. So it's more about the onus is on our midfielders to make sure that Montrose don't get clean footy down to him.
Yeah, without sugarcoating it, there's a lot of injuries at the moment, and that's throughout the club. Particularly, I think the midfield's pretty solid, but probably your 2 ends of the ground defensively. Obviously, May's still at Coburg, Elms, other players like Wex and so on. Parenti's not there.
Did
guys.
Wexy tell you to mention him?
No. He is listening down there, but no. Well, there is a lot on both ends, of course. And,
we look a bit different from the last time we saw you a few weeks back. Yeah.
How do you sort of deal with that? There's a lot of guys in their 19s getting their first chance, first look at it. Who's exciting you that you think might stand out today?
Yeah, so I mean, the upside of having injuries is, it gives some young guys opportunities that probably wouldn't have it if you were at full strength. So we've got 5 under 19 kids in there today. Lockie Curtis comes in for his first senior game this year. Last week we blooded Jai Townsend and McKay Sanderson, who played really good roles for us as well. Ant Merrick's now in his 3rd game added under 19. So that's the exciting part about it. And that's why last week's win was really exciting, to concede the first 6 goals to Mooroolbark. And then to be able to fight back with all these young guys sort of playing a role for us was really good. So I'm excited to see what they can do today against, probably the benchmark team in the competition.
Has that been one of the biggest positives, the 19s overall this season? Got enough numbers for 2 teams.
Yeah.
The first team, I think, is still on top of the ladder. A lot of these guys obviously now getting a chance at senior level football, and it's certainly helped you out, particularly not just this year, but I'm sure for the long run of the future of the club.
Yeah, 100%. This is, in my time here, this is without doubt the most talented under 19s list we've had. Which is great. It gives you that opportunity to be able to play these kids, and when you do get some injuries, you can give these kids a go. And as you said, they're on top of the ladder as well in the under 19. So yeah, the future's certainly bright. Over the next few years, the more games we get into these guys, obviously the better they'll be for it.
So we look at Ryan Garthwaite, who's kicked 56 goals so far this year. What's your approach to stopping him and also the rest of the Montrose forward line this afternoon?
Yeah, they're really potent down there, not just Garthwaite, like White can certainly hit the scoreboard. Tanzabak kicked 7, I think, a few weeks ago against Doncaster. So they've probably got the most talented forward line out there. So it's just about working together as a cohesive back six, back seven. You know, our mids mentioned earlier, making sure they don't get some easy supply down there. And yeah, we're going to need our wingers to get back and support our defence as much as possible. You mentioned with our injuries that we've got a few out of our back line, but I'm really confident we did the job last week, and we've got enough experience down there to be able to cover these guys.
Just want to talk about a player. I really loving his season this year. Jesse Uren. He's having a terrific year.
Yeah,
no question about it. I feel like the thing about what he's changed in his game, I've heavily been watching First Division football, is he's kicking goals. And
he loves a goal.
It must be a luxury that you're having this year.
Too.
Yeah, he definitely loves a mention.
I think he's probably listening, maybe. He was talking about
no doubt he will be, or he'll download the podcast during the week.
It must be a luxury that he's kicking goals now. Like
it is, yeah.
Past seasons, you don't, like you see, he kicks the one and maybe two, but this year he's I think he's kicked over 20 goals this year, which is a luxury.
He has, he's the most damaging midfielders are goal-kicking midfielders, and that's one string to the bow that he's been able to add this year. He did a pre-season down at Frankston, and I think he's got himself as fit as he's ever been, because he knows how to find, he's just a natural footballer. I think I mentioned last time I spoke to you guys that he's not overly quick or doesn't kick the ball that far, or he doesn't have, the greatest athletic attributes, but he just knows how to play footy, and, he knows when to go forward, and when he gets an opportunity, I don't want to say this because I'll put the moz on him, he doesn't tend to miss too many of them, so when he misses one today, you can mention that, but he's a very good player, and he's having an outstanding year.
And the other player probably who, works so well alongside him, Cherry, has had a fantastic, particularly the last month has been so impressive. We saw him when you played Park Orchards, and was just so strong, so another big... he's due for another big game as well.
Well,
if you are to win.
We're going to need it. He come second out of best and first last year, Chesa. So probably for whatever reason, maybe flew under the radar. I'm still perplexed how he didn't sneak into the team of the year last year. So hopefully that gets rectified this year. But his last month has been unbelievable, and last week in particular, he was the catalyst for us getting back into the game. And he's taken his game to another level. His last two pre-seasons have been huge. He's got his fitness levels up as good as they've ever been. And we're going to need a monster game out of him today.
And just on that as well, but obviously, I think you had maybe two in the team of the year last year. And, I think that probably speaks more to how well coached you are in firstly, but also the structure and the system that you play. So you do. Obviously, you can't replace guys like Jake and Zach and so on, but you can have players come in and do their role and stick with some sides like Montrose.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all we ask of these guys when they come in. We can't expect a 19-year-old or, a guy who's been playing in the reserves to come in and play like Jake does or Zach or Josh May, but it's about playing their role and just adding value to the team, whether it's, through competing or putting pressure on, or as long as we're clear in the role that we want them to do and they go out and execute that role, we're confident that we can win.
Yes. Well, thank you, Neil. Thank you for giving your thoughts for today's game, of course. It's a big day down here. Got the ladies' lunch here today.
Yes, so it could get a bit rowdy later.
Hopefully you get the win in the reserves and, of course, the seniors, of course, today. So, all the best for today, and let's hope that you can bring home the 4 points.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
There you have it. Neil Winterton there, the Mitcham coach. Been an absolute... he's been a very good coach for a long period of time. I think he's been coaching now since 2015, maybe, I believe, and I think he will be staying on at Tigerland until about 2015 as well. So he's been a very good revenue for Mitcham and also the whole footy club itself. There was a good article on Code that I listened and read to, of course. So he's done tremendous things down here at Mitcham.
He has, and the club have turned around so much in the last decade or so, and we're going back and having a look at the old season ladders and where they were positioned in the ladder, positioned in the divisions, and they've come up and obviously won that grand final against Ringwood. Last year.
Questionable.
No, it's not questionable. That was a goal, mate. 100%.
From Ringwood?
Sorry, that wasn't a goal. That's what I meant. It wasn't a goal. It didn't cross the line.
Careful.
No, we'll move on for that one quickly. But and then obviously last year's big grand final win coming really from the long way having to do it. Obviously losing that first final to Montrose. So I think they're the one side in the five where if they finish outside the top 3, I would have a bit of faith that they can do it the hard way.
Yeah.
And go from an elimination final to a grand final.
Yep.
The double chance is massive.
It is.
And a Montrose win today would really cement themselves inside the top 3 and potentially lock up a qualifying final. Obviously, there's a lot of work to do. And I mean, Montrose lost to Murubak in the first half of the season.
Yes.
They won't want to, they can't afford to lose those sort of games in the second half of the year. But as you said, we talked off air, Blake, about this during the week. The top 5 in Division 1, I think, is the most even of
100%.
any division in the league.
I've been talking to a lot of people, and they all agree with me because you see, if you're looking around the comp right now, Park Orchards, they're 2 games clear of everyone, yes. And then you look at Montrose, on their day, they've beaten South Belgrave, they've beaten Mitcham. Of course, they haven't beaten Beaconsfield.
Everyone's beat each other. Mitcham beat Park Orchards, Beaconsfield instead.
We don't give much. I feel like we don't give a little bit much to a lot of love to Beaconsfield. I feel like there just needs a little bit more love there because I think they're a really talented.
I love Beaconsfield.
Yeah, I don't mind it, mate. They do a really
great facilities, great culture down at the club.
Good chicken burgers.
The chicken burgers are nice down here, down there. They're doing a very good job. Beaconsfield, and I think for me the only reason they only reason they don't probably get as much recognition is the fact that their VFL players come in and out, and that causes some changes. Sorry, Lee.
Oh, no. I was under you. Just going to barge in and say...
This is big burger talk, won't it?
It is, because you said they're chicken burgers, but are you sure that it's down the coast? Maybe they're seagull burgers.
Who knows, Lee? Who knows? So we might just jump quickly into Division 2, of course. And I think that the game that we've heavily going to be talking about is the Ringwood Heathmont game because it's Brett Rowe's 100th game as senior coach. He's done
what a great man.
He's a tremendous man. He obviously wasn't happy with my pre-season predictions, but that's a story for another day. But I feel like with Ringwood, a 1-point win against East Burwood last week, and I feel like they've just been on and then off and then on and off, but I feel like we just need to start. Can Ringwood win this game? Heathmont, of course.
Heathmont in better form.
They are in way much better form, I would say, as well. So I'll start off you, Paul, with this one. Ringwood and Heathmont, who do you see winning and why? Sort of thing.
Yeah, they're always really interesting games, Heathmont and Ringwood. I think Ringwood are currently, 5th at the moment, so they'll be looking to need to win that to keep their aspirations for the double chance. And Heathmont, even though they've only won 3 games so far, they definitely they're always close ones, Heathmont and Ringwood. But I think Ringwood should win this, but I think it'll be close. I think it'll be 1 or 2 goals.
I agree that'll be very close. I've leaned towards Heathmont just on form, and Jet Latchford was a big out on the weekend, this weekend. So I'm leaning towards Heathmont, but I still think it's a very tight game. And if Heathmont do win, they close that gap on Ringwood and potentially keep their very slim finals chances alive. They're actually going to a win. Where would that put them on the ladder? Mulgrave would obviously play Lilydale, so that might change things. But
yeah, I feel like if Heathmont win today, this is how I see it. I think they're back. I think they're, we all saw it last year, didn't we? They finished 4th or 5th, and of course they spent a lot of petrol tickets.
4 wins, not 3 wins. I stand
corrected.
Yeah.
I still think that if they win here today, and they get the 4 points, I feel like Heathmont are back. You can't.
They are, but it's still a long way to come back from. You've got to play Baroni on the run home. You've got to play Templestowe. Big win against Waverley. That's massive.
Yeah.
They can beat Croydon. I think you're right. I think they're a chance, but it's hard.
It's slim sort of that thing. So, who we're tipping? I didn't actually get a tip there. Do we get one? I know you tipped Ringwood.
Heathmont for me.
Heathmont.
Just.
Okay, I'm going to go Ringwood. I'm liking Ringwood lately as well. So we'll go through a couple other games. There isn't much. I'd say Baronia Templestowe is another big game as well, just due to where they are on the ladder. If you're looking through at the moment, Baronia are 2 games ahead, and then you see Templestay 3 games behind. But Templestay, they just need to keep winning. I think they need to get a big one.
They're not getting it today.
You don't reckon? And not at tomorrow.
Mitcham out, Fogarty out, Wooten out. That's 3 of your most key players, and you're playing a Baronia side that have an average winning of over 10 goals at Tormore Reserve. Their form's been really good, and I think their form has actually been probably the second best in the comp in the last month. But in saying that, big ask. Weather may change things a little bit, we'll see, but I don't think with the outside they're going to be able to run with Baronia.
Paul?
Yeah, I think Baronia at Tormore Reserve should get the job done. I think if Templestay are a chance, I think they need to get the jump on Baronia, but I think, Baronia at Tormore should get up.
Yeah, Croydon v Basin, I think we'll all go Croydon there.
Croydon?
Yep.
But Basin a slight sniff.
Yep.
Croydon been disappointing.
Mulgrave Lilydale.
Adam Boost 300. This
There
is
we
massive
go.
for the
That
club,
is.
and I think
I was scared to that.
Mulgrave will get it done for him.
Is it kind of like the Dustin Martin field kicks the first goal and the whole Mulgrave Reserve erupts? It'll be kind of like that. Can you picture that today?
Well, for Mulgrave's sake, hopefully then after that they continue to perform, unlike Richmond did a couple of weeks ago.
We don't talk about that.
It's disappointing. But
a lot of Hawks fans probably listening on laughing at us. So anyway, Waverley taking on East Burwood. East Burwood very disappointing. We had our great mate Spider not happy with the performance. 5-13 they kicked last week, the Rams, and you usually say if you turn that around, you usually win 10 times out of 100 pretty much, you would say there. But how do you see that? Do you see Waverley getting the job done, or do you see the Rams getting home here?
Paul Waverley got a few outs, so potentially they've got a under 17s debuting. They've got a couple of debutants into the side, so a chance at East Burwood. Both sides' form hasn't been great in recent weeks. I'm just leaning towards maybe the home ground advantage for Waverley.
Yeah, I think same with home ground advantage. East Burwood are a bit like Heathmont as well. They've got the same number of wins, and they're looking to keep their slim finals chances alive. It's a really hard game to pick based on form, but I think home ground advantage will lean my tip towards Waverley.
Oh, so Mitcham would just kick the goal there. They put the margin back to 11 points, the Tigers. So
Reserves?
Yep, 6-5-41 to Montrose, 4-6-30. 2 losses in a row in the reserves for Montrose.
Oh, well, you've called it early. Still 9 minutes.
Meanwhile, it's so dark out there. It reminds me of I'm pretty sure it was either a match of the round or a final out at Baronia where it was that dark. We were calling on anyone to turn their lights on. This is before they got the new lights out there, but I see no lights on here.
Yeah, they might have to get the yellow ball.
But I am seeing a whole lot of cars with their lights on, so
yeah.
Maybe they're the lights.
They've given it a go.
Yeah, so there you have it. So Mitcham not over yet, as Brian touched on, but it's 6-5-41 to Montrose, 4-6-30. It is in their 450. No,
Are you going to call the game?
No, we won't call the game, no. So we'll go quickly. I reckon we'll just give you our tip, boys. I think we'll probably go Mooroolbark versus Beaconsfield. Where are we going with that? Beaconsfield? 100-point loss last time they played.
It won't be that much, but Beaconsfield.
Yep.
Beaconsfield.
Yep. Park Orchards taking on North Ringwood. I think we've got to go to Sharks, don't we?
Sharks at home.
Yep. South Belgrave v Doncaster.
Saints.
Yep. Wanturna South v Bayswater, and I believe it's the Knox Club Cup game, I don't know.
There's a few clubs sponsored by Knox Club.
But I think these two are sponsored by both, so both of them, they sponsor as well. So there you go. So we might just, now we've got about a couple of minutes or so.
We did get a tip for that one.
Okay, so I'm going to go Beaconsfield to beat Mooroolbark. I'm going to go to Sharks to beat North Ringwood, South Belgrade to beat Doncaster, and I'm going to go Bayswater to beat Wanturna South. Premier Division, we've got a bit of time actually to talk a little bit about a couple of games for today. South Croydon Naval Park. Now this game, starting from the week, South Croydon, just terrific game. I was there last week. I saw the second half, and their small forwards really turned it on in the third and fourth quarter. But if you look at I think it was maybe round 1 or 2 at the start of the year, Naval were all over South Croydon, but things have changed now. The Doggies are now 5th on the ladder, Ryan.
Oh, they have. They've been very impressive. Kilpatrick's having a very strong purple patch at the moment. He's been outstanding. Chris Jones as well down back. King coming back in the sides, changed the line up a little bit and just given it a bit more structure. I don't think anyone sort of predicted that last week, that sort of performance, keeping East Ringwood goalless in the first quarter, starting that game off so impressively and setting up the victory. So they're in some really good form. And Noble Park, it's almost the opposite. They've been competitive in all of their games. You touch back to that Roval game a couple of weeks ago. There was 3 points in it. But the reality is they're on a 7-game losing streak.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was just about to say that. So you did my homework there already, Ryan. Good to see. Paul, tip why? Why do you think? Do you think South Croydon will get home here, or do you think Noble?
I think South Croydon, they're in really good form. They've beaten some top sides this year. They've beaten Rowville, and last week they beat East Ringwood. But yeah, I think South Croydon will win. I think it'll be close for the first 3 quarters, but I think South Croydon will win by about 3 or 4 goals.
Rowville v Norwood. I don't think. I think. Do you feel like this could get uglier, or if you're a Norseman, you'll be happy that it's raining today?
I actually think probably Rowville aren't. They're not pumping sides at the moment.
Yeah.
I think they'll win comfortably. I don't think it'll be a bloodbath, but Rowville get the job done. Maybe 8 or 9 goals.
Paul?
Yeah, I think Rowville should win.
Blackburn versus Berwick. I can't see Berwick.
Blackburn at home. Blackburn too much on the line.
Yep. And then I think Baldwin taking on Vermont. Past Players Day at Baldwin today. And I forgot to mention as well, it is Rowville's 2004 Premiership reunion. So 20 years that has been. They've been a very good side, Rowville as well. Of course, we were in the Premiership last year. But Baldwin and Vermont, these games are excited me for probably the last 10 years because they've always been close. I think Baldwin have got the edge, of course, but Vermont, they've always been up there with Baldwin, and these two don't like each other, I don't think, either.
No, they're two big rivals, Paul, and probably Vermont are just finding some form. That was a really must-win game. It was a must-win game last week against Blackburn, to be honest. They hadn't taken the scalp in the top 5. Thiessen kicked the 4 goals, of course, and Lockie Johns has been superb. Matty Arnott just starting to find some form. James Ross as well down back. So they're just starting to get things clicking. It's a big chance for them. And, Paul, obviously, a side like Baldwin who are 10-0, eventually, even at any level, you're always vulnerable to eventually get a loss. Can you see it happening this week? It's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I give Vermont a chance this week, absolutely. I think Baldwin, as good as they've been, I think they probably are due for a loss, in my opinion. They had that game a couple of weeks ago against Blackburn where I think was they took the lead in the last quarter, and it ended up being 9 points, I'm pretty sure. So... but I think Baldwin should win, but I wouldn't be surprised if Vermont got up, but I'll go with Baldwin.
Yeah, so Cam Felstead just in the reserves, just put one to the left, unfortunately. So I think the Tigers might get home in this reserves game. So
that's an impressive win for their reserves because Montrose have been the benchmark, and the Tigers are down on numbers. A lot of 19s playing in this side too.
A lot of their 19 yellow, I believe, from Mitcham as well. So Mitcham currently leads 6-5-41 to Montrose 4-8-32. So I think the Tigers will get home here unless they could just go bang the Demons, but I can't see that.
Well, it might even be a bit of a wake-up call for the seniors who would be watching on going, I mean, if you look at their outs, Mitcham, and that you can't go in overconfident because as soon as you do that, that's when you'll get done. So they've got to come in and play their best footy. I know you've got more games to get to, so what else have you got?
Just the one more. Just want to tip, boys. Doncaster East taking on East Ringwood. East Ringwood very disappointing, but Doncaster, I feel like they're slowly but surely they're coming back to where they should be, I reckon.
Yeah, O'Brien came back inside last week, kicked 5. Chris Phelan back in this week. Still a lot of players out at the moment, and it will be tough. I think they're a big chance, an upset alert. So East Ringwood have got to be on their game, but I expect them to bounce back. Ruse for me.
Paul?
Yeah, I think East Ringwood.
Yeah. Okay, so there you have it. That will do for our pre-game show down here at Walker Park at the moment. Two massive heavyweights going at it, of course. They met at a prelim last year. Mitcham won that one, and what do you know? They were lifting a cup the week after that. So it was a very big day for the Mitcham Football Club as well. And straight after this, we're going to go to a loud break, and then we'll introduce our call team. And after that, you'll hear the first bounce of the Mitcham and Montrose match of the round, thanks to Eastland.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park for the Eastland match of the round. Mitcham taking on Montrose, 2 heavyweights in the Division 1 competition. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager with the Eastern Football Netball League. Joined by my panel besides me in Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher and Paul Uconi, who was on the pre-game show. Paul, thanks for joining us again. Good to have you on in pre-game and talking all things EFNL this weekend.
Thank you. And this, as I said before, I'm looking forward to this game. Mitcham and Montrose, 2 heavyweights. It should be interesting.
Back in the caller's chair this week is Ben Warren-Smith. Great to have you back at the footy this weekend. It was at Jerry Seinfeld last week. I was actually quite jealous. I was pretty keen on going to that. How was it?
It was fantastic. But you love Jerry because, he doesn't swear. He's not crude. He's just funny, to be honest. And there were no losers protesters that came along to try and ruin the show and ruin the night for everybody. But it was great. But it's not as good as coming back to the local football, although the day's pretty miserable out there. Hopefully the weather gets better as it goes on. But I love coming out to Walker Park, and I was just saying to Brash outside, the good thing about on a bad weather day is the grandstand up here will be jam-packed, so we'll get a good atmosphere surrounding us, which will no doubt be great for the effects. But love listening to pre-match. I love listening to Neil Winterton talk as well. I've known Neil for a very long time now, and he was a polished footballer, and he's such a seasoned coach now, and He's very clever. He talked about Jesse Uren and how clever he is. He's like a sort of a model of Neil Winterton. He was a very, very smart footballer and a very good one at that too. And they've got a big challenge today, the Tigers, coming into this game. Obviously, they're injury-riddled, which makes things tough. But I think the way that the weather is and it being on their home deck all of a sudden brings the game back a lot tighter. And I think there'll be that hunger and that drive from that young brigade that come into the side that will really push Montrose today.
I couldn't agree more. And a good point about Jesse Uren, because he might follow the same path. He's currently coaching the under-19s alongside teammate Daniel Wex. He coached the interleague boys in the under-14s this year, so potentially a future senior coach at the Mitcham Football Club. But that's still a long way.
I think a senior coach anywhere.
Yeah, well,
Ryan.
definitely not. Doesn't have to be Mitcham. Doing a very good job there. And Brash, great to have you back on board for the special comments out at South Croydon this morning, and did a fantastic job. And looking forward to hearing your expert opinions across the afternoon as well.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. Look, I echo the thoughts of BWS. Even though the weather's not great, it's probably our first true taste of wet weather football for the season here.
Yeah, it does.
And once again, the contest that is in front of us this afternoon is a very, very interesting contest. I think it's basically the way I sort of interpret the game early. Montrose are a very good and fast starting side. If they can jump out of the blocks and then get the game on their terms and run at the tempo that they want for the rest of the afternoon, it would. I think that'll set the tone. Mitcham, a little bit hit and miss, Ryan, in first quarters. They started slowly against Murrelbach last week and came home with a barnstorming finish in the second half, but I don't think they can afford to do that today against a more credentialed side who at times seems to have the wood over them.
Yeah, well, they cannot afford that. And the last 4 times these two sides have played, they've given up starts to Montrose, and most of the time it's been 5 goals or more that the Demons have kicked. And a few of those games, they worked themselves back into it and even were able to pinch that preliminary final after coming back after probably a slow first half. They're not going to be able to do that if they give away a lead today, because it's a different lineup. Particularly, their midfield's good. Midfield, everyone seems to be there, from Cherry to Uren to the Hallows. Barton Smith, if he does run through the middle. So their midfield quite strong, and I think they can match him in there. It's just defensively, it's a very different side, and I'm very worried with no Elms. Josh May still remains at Coburg. They're 2 very important players, other players as well. Conlon, Wex, Glossop, the co-captain, comes out of the side as a late out. It's going to be very hard to stop a forward line which is really functioning very well for Montrose.
Yeah, and that it is at this particular stage. I mean, last week they once again seem to have South Belgrave's measure. So they've knocked them over twice this season, which sets them up with a little bit of a psychological advantage when it comes to the finals. Once again, regardless of the result this afternoon, if Montrose can win this return bout, that means that's another little bit of a psychological advantage that they'll hold over Mitcham as well going into the finals. It may not be much, but at times, especially in finals, that experience and the knowledge that you can beat a side sometimes can really be helpful. I think today, though, considering the ins and outs that Mitcham have got, and the fact that I think Montrose at the moment, Ryan, are just going that little bit better than Mitcham, I expect Montrose to win this game this afternoon. It's going to be a close contest, but I think Montrose, I conservatively think they can walk out of Walker Park this afternoon with a 4-goal victory.
Yeah, I agree on that. We're going to go down to the boundary because we have Blake Tennant, who's out there, hosted pre-game and joining us for the first time. Blake Tennant. Blake, obviously it's quite a rough day today. It's not raining at the moment, but how are the conditions on ground level?
Quite frankly, the conditions aren't too bad down here. I know there's a little bit of sprinkled rain coming down here, but I said this last week, it's a perfect condition for a footballer. No sunshine, they'll be pretty hot and all that, but it's actually not too bad weather for a weather point of view, boys.
BWS, when you and I, when we came out here in our early days, 6-7 years ago, that ground there wouldn't have been a blade of grass on this ground.
Oh, it was a bog.
And Brushing the boys. There will be. They've got Channel 31 actually coming down here to, of course, with the 2000th game with Marty as well. He was on pre-game as well, so they're going to be filming that. So that's pretty special as well. 2000th game as an umpire. I've never seen that in my journey as well. So it's a tremendous achievement, boys.
He always talks about his journey as if he's been around for decades. You're not old enough for that, mate.
Two-time premiership player as a junior BWS. So there you go.
He's been following the league for 50 years for the way he speaks. He's been around football for a long time, Blake, according to him.
Martin prizes.
What a legend. And what a gentleman and a scholar he is as well.
It'd have to be the most decorated official in cricket and football in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne.
You know what's crazy? Obviously reading a lot about him this week. To start umpiring at 1979.
Yeah.
That's decades and decades of football. He's watched the game change, and there he is coming out now, as you can see on the screen if you're watching on Facebook and YouTube.
You'd almost swear black and blue, Ryan. He might be nearly EFNL life member.
I would think he would have to be.
Yeah, and do you know what I don't rate about Martin is his taste in friends, because he's good mates with Ray Baird.
Oh, yeah, that's a red flag.
Hey, you notice his mate didn't come out to support him?
I know, rubbish, absolute rubbish.
And of course, they've played the famous music.
That was me, because Gav, I don't know where he is. He's gone.
Well, I hope he's here, because we need the Tiger Roar every time.
I
can do without that.
I'd rather hear the whack, whack, whack than the Tiger Roar.
No, the Tiger Roar, big fan of it as a Richmond
Manny
supporter. Not sure if he's here today. I haven't actually had a chance to speak to him, but obviously a big game between the two sides. Ben, if it does rain, and you get those bit of tough conditions on ground deck, and their midfield can win a bit of their footy and put some pressure on Montrose, you give them a bit of a chance, because you look at that forward line led by Ryan Garthwaite. On clean conditions, I mean, he's in line to kick 5 or 6.
Yeah, and look, the conditions of the ground are actually okay. So if the rain stays away, the skill level shouldn't be too bad. But it is going to be a slippery football, and it's probably going to suit the likes of the Halo boys, Uran, the Mitcham midfielders, the smaller types that run through there. And I expect a lot of stoppages, as you would expect today, given what the weather is. I think we've just had the toss as well out in the middle. Obviously, Blake will let us know what was going on there, because no doubt he was paying attention to it. I know he wasn't, that's why I'm saying. But we'll find out shortly which way the teams are going. Sorry, we just missed that. But look, I expect an arm wrestle. And I expect it to be not a blowout of the game. And, the last few games I've been to, they sort of started off that way, but they've come back. But let's hope Mitcham put up a big fight. The last time I was out here, I ticked against the Tigers, and they had a magnificent win against Park Orchards. I'm scared to do it again, but the class of Montrose might just rise to the top today.
Blake on the boundary has news for us.
Yeah, so Montrose will be kicking to the left, so the scoreboard end, and Mitchell will be kicking to the right of your screen.
The other scoreboard end.
Oh, yes, the two scoreboards. This is the first I've been down here at Tigerland. So, yeah, I haven't seen this is the first time I've seen the two scoreboards.
Doesn't look like there's much breeze either, Blake.
No, not really. I think it's just a little bit coming towards me, but nothing too much on their BWS.
Don't forget to creep in towards the middle of both sides. You look like you're basically sitting on the Montrose bench there.
I'm just walking across, mate. Yeah.
Actually, and the thing is, BWS, Gary Ayres has assembled. He's got a very experienced bench and assistant coach. Chad Rogers now back with him and Glenn Storworthy, right, the reserves and senior coach of Montrose of old when they were flying in the 80s and 90s, mate. Chad obviously had been at Coldstream for a long time, bringing some experience back. I'll tell you what, that comes in handy.
Yeah, I certainly agree. And looking at the sides right now, that's where it's going to all start for Mitcham. Lovell, Uran, Cherry in the midfield, Nick Hallow as well. They're going to be due for a big, big game if the Tigers are to get an upset this afternoon against a red-hot Montrose side who are in ripping form, coming off a big win against South Belgrave last week. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, as well as our Facebook and YouTube streams. We've got a massive afternoon ahead between the two sides, and as you said in the pre-game, it is very important for both teams to just keep winning and improve their chances for a double chance this season. But we're all set. We're ready to go from Walker Park for the first quarter of the Eastland match of the round. Ben Warren-Smith to get us underway.
So it'll be Lovell and Rossetti to go up in the ruck contest as the umpire finally starts this game, and this time a little palm down by Rossetti. Was looking for his teammate there in Heap, who dived over the football, couldn't quite get it. The big ruckman Lovell picked it up and was brought to ground, but let's restart this one. Just forward of centre for the Tigers.
Midfield battle will always be important on a day like today.
And this time it was Lovell who got the chocolates. Little fresh air shot in the middle of the ground. Ball is slippery. You can sort of see that already. Here's a quick kick by Montrose. Goes up towards the half-forward line. But getting down and taking a sliding mark was the hyphen Barton Smith, who wastes no time either. He had a teammate up across centre half forward. It goes over the top of him. Here's Jesse Cherry, who runs after the ball. Had to give the little quick handball away. Crampton, he had to break the tackle. He just dropped it like a hot potato. In came Gardle. The veteran laid that good pressure. They've got the numbers now. Montrose, quick kick around the body by Eels. Along the boundary she goes. A good spoil by Blake Lee. Over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
Great to see Blake Lee back in the side this week. He was best on ground in the reserves. So we're going to get a boundary throw-in on that far side. No score yet in the first minute of this game, but Montrose, Mitcham doing all the attacking. Rossetti went up as the ball comes down, and inside 50 here for the Tigers. Bouncing footy over the line. We'll get a boundary throw-in. Inside 50 for Mitcham. Minute 20 into this game. As we said, their pressure the last time we were out here was phenomenal, and they had that big start, kicked 7 goals to nothing against Park Orchards. Be very surprised if they're able to replicate that again today, particularly without the likes of Jake Parenti and Guy Lachlan up forward, who are so influential in that position. Cherry got the handball back. The kick inside 50s it turned over and falls right into the hands of Greg Lord for the Demons.
Had a good year so far, Lord.
See a number 19 out there for Mitcham as well, so we'll get Blake onto that one for us as the kick goes out towards the wing position. Big fly, boundary line beats all players, and we'll have a boundary throw in just forward of centre. 2 minutes gone here. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows neither side have scored.
That might be a bloke that I picked up in BWC. It might be Curtis, Lachlan Curtis, number 19. That was what was on the website.
Good call, Brash. Can always rely on you, mate. As Halo of the Nick variety spun on a throop, kicked the ball inside forward 50 or thereabouts, and getting right on the line was Crampton, who just goes short. He was looking for Halo, went over the top of his head. Nicely chopped off that time by Eels, who wasted no time. Thumped it on his left boot, kicked it up in towards the centre of the ground. The Tigers, though, have got the numbers. Quick scrambly kick goes inside forward 50 or thereabouts now. Cherry, he took it on the second bite, on the bounce, I should say, but the umpires pinged him for holding the ball. He got quickly wrapped up. Eels has had a lot of it early. Got the quick handball away, put his teammate under a fair bit of pressure there. Scrambly kick out towards the grandstand side. Mitcham have the numbers, and the hip and shoulder was timely by Liam Canny, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in. Right in front of our camera woman, Megan Green, the best camera woman in the country. There's no doubt about that. As the Rucks go at it, at the fall, the ball Heap was in there. Got dispossessed to the football. They've got numbers. Ducking underneath of it was Hams. Uren was on top of him, and let's restart it all again.
3 minutes into this game, no score yet, but certainly like the pressure from Mitcham early on. Very young side out there today. Rossetti got the tap down, finds the footy in the end. Tackled by Lovell, got his hands out. The kick forward for Montrose, gains a fair bit of ground. This one will come out of bounds right in front of Ryan Garthwaite and the Mitcham coach's box. So just edging closer to their forward half for the first time this afternoon. About 60 from home as the boundary umpire throws this one back into play. Rossetti and Lovell again in the ruck. This time it's Lovell. Got it down to Cherry. Heap stole it from him and kicks it inside 50. Well spoiled from behind. That ball going to run onto this is Jenkins. Jenkins will get there first. He's crowded by a couple of Mitcham players here on that far side right along the boundary line. Barton Smith, happy to see that go out of bounds, so that's probably a good result for Mitcham.
Neither side are prepared to take ownership of the corridor early. It's all been played around the flanks, which is not going to actually help your disposal to goal ratio throughout the afternoon.
Probably not, as Lovell gets a tap down. Finds Marrow, got the handball over the top, letting some players run onto this in space. It's Nick Heller who soccers it off the ground. Cut off here by the D's at half-back. Just a long kick forward is really to no one. Jackson Hallow marks that on the chest. So we go down to the boundary thanks to Tobin Brothers. Blake Tennant.
Yes, you were touching on about those jumper changes. So Hamish Gill, that's right down the end there, is wearing the 29. And I think Brash, you alluded to Curtis, he's wearing the 19. So there you go, boys.
Thank you, Blake.
Great stuff there, Whispers. Thanks to Tobin Brothers all afternoon in the driving rain. got the umbrella out there, so that's important.
I think the other thing too, gentlemen, I don't think Mitcham will be terribly upset if they keep forcing Ryan Garthwaite to the boundary line to search for his kicks on goal either.
The ball was thrown in. You're spot on, Brash, as we've got another stoppage just outside the 45-metre arc. Let's call it 50 metres out from the Mitcham goal line. Currently on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, we've gone 5.5 minutes in this first term on the Eastland match of the round. Mitcham won football at its best. Neither side has scored, though. And expect them to come through shortly as the quick kick inside forward 50 for Mitcham, and right in the front spot, Nathan Crampton takes the mark. And that's what you've got to do, Brash, in these conditions. You've got to play in the front spot, and it can luckily fall in your breadbasket.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what you're taught. One of the first things you're taught as a young footballer, playing front, especially in wet conditions. And isn't it amazing, just a basic skill that you learn from the first time you pick up a football or do a clinic, still is prevalent in today's society.
Crampton comes in, he goes for goal, and he puts it straight over the goal umpire's head, and the two-finger salute from Martin Prizes goes through. He's got his first goal as well on the board. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows Mitcham leading this by 1 straight 6. Montrose yet to score. Paul Uconi at the Stats Centre.
Yeah, they've started this game off really well, Mitcham. They lead the clearances 3-2, and the inside 50s are 6-1. So really good start from Mitcham.
Thanks, Paul, doing all the stats this afternoon. A great job as always, and the hot start that Mitcham needed. Getting on board first. They've been jumped out of the gates by Montrose multiple times in recent matchups, so it's a perfect start for the Tigers. 1 straight 6. Montrose yet to score. We've gone 6.5 minutes gone. We'll keep you updated with all those scores around the ground so when we can. I reckon we might have some low scores across the games as this ball trapped in by Hallow. Get a secondary ball up right where we started. 7 minutes gone.
I think Sam Carney's been given the big job on Tash Heap in the midfield this afternoon. He's wearing like a cheap suit there.
Yeah, well, he was very dangerous when we saw them earlier in the season against South Belgrave. Played a few different roles. This kick coming out, great mark by Alex Barton-Smith. Playing a more defensive role this afternoon and in recent weeks. So Barton-Smith will send the Tigers down the line, pushing towards their forward 50. Big pack of players flew. Couldn't quite take the mark there, Sanderson. The ball comes out to Heap. Goes backwards there and finds Eels. Eels goes a kick down the line towards the middle of the ground. Barton-Smith again is finding plenty of the football. He did well, got the handball away, and the Tigers are out on the wing. They're looking for Jesse Wren. He's beaten here by a opponent in Daniel Frith, who is unable to hit up a target. He's kicked that one out of bounds on the full, and Mitcham will take this.
Well, nice little hurdle there by Nicholas to retrieve his own football over the fence. Started okay, Mitcham.
Yeah, they have. They've doing everything right so far.
Yeah, the pressure's certainly on. There's no doubt. That's what we expected as well. Big pack forms. Hits the ground level and trickles over for a boundary throw in about 65 metres out from the Mitcham goals. They currently lead this game on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard by 1 straight goal. 8.5 gone first term on the Eastland match of the round.
Picking the right balance of talls and smalls in your lineup is one of the big skills that you, as a coach, you've got to come up with, especially on wet days.
Big fly over the back by Lovell. That was very clever. Crampton came charging through. He was quickly wrapped up by Minterplay. And the umpire says, give it back to me, boys. They've edged closer. They're inside the 45 arc. Wasting no time as well. Lovell will give that one to him. Knocked it out wide. Montrose through Potter. Got brought to ground. Strong tackle by Jesse Uran. It's not rewarded though, but he's managed to hold the play up. And once again, they've gained that extra 10 metres, so it's about 35 out now from the Mitcham goals. Fresh air shot by both players coming through. Hams, who had a fresh air shot. The umpire could have almost paid holding the ball then. Little handball over the top there by Curtis. There's a lot of plays around this football at the moment. Smythe was in there, goes after it again. Second, third effort was great and managed to just get the hand on the ball to knock it out. Montrose got the quick kick, but it was smothered. Crampton came in. He was brought to ground. Strong tackle. Lots of pressure in here inside the forward 50, offensively and defensively. And we'll have a ball up.
I think these conditions are suiting Crampton at the moment. He likes getting in and under, and that's exactly what Mitcham need at this moment to hold the ball in their forward 50.
Comes out now. Trying to break his way through was Eels, but he was happy just to probably just do that slowly and force the restart. Almost 10 gone now. Rain has stopped, which is also a plus. Going in after it and getting slung that time, I think, was Uren. He's about 50 metres out from goal. It's just beyond his range here. He's not a selfish player where I think he'll go back and have a ping. He is looking for options.
I think
he knows it's just beyond him, so the short pass was on and he just had enough time to get it to Lovell, who dropped what he probably should have taken, the big man, in the end. Got the quick handball out. The ball slips out the back. Montrose looking for that clearing kick. Scooped upon this time, though, by Potter on the left boot. Spotted up a teammate, linking up nicely now. They run through the middle of the ground. Here's Galbraith, inside forward 50, bouncing football. Looking out for Garthwaite. He trapped the football, got the handball back. Here's Laurie. Goes backwards to Nagel. Nagel snaps it around the body, inside forward 50. In fact, now it's out towards the Garthwaite direction, right near Bailey White, who was the intended player originally, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
Big job for Riley Nicholas playing on Ryan Garthwaite this afternoon. So we get a boundary throw-in inside 50 for the D's. Hasn't been down this end of the ground too much in the opening 11 minutes. Ball back in. Lovell got the tap down. Who is able to grab this one is White. Kicks it up in towards the air. Almost a mark taken by Hams. Couldn't quite control it. Probably should have marked that one. Ball comes out and Mitcham will clear this. Here's Cowman, who's able to take a mark, or maybe not. Umpire said play on. Ball falls out to Descent. Big tackle laid there by Jesse Smythe. Comes out to Descent.
Oh,
again,
what
got
the
handball.
pressure.
Here's Cowman. Cowman for the Tigers. Launches forward. And standing back in defence there is Kyle Staples, who takes a mark on the chest and finds a teammate here in Nagel. And they're just going to control the footy for a little bit here, Montrose, after under the pump from that Mitcham attack.
Right in front of us here in the grandstand, Nagel just unleashes a bomb 50 metres down the line. It was a clever kick in the end. It came out, the big man there, Rossetti, couldn't quite trap the football. Eventually came in the arms there of Nick Halo. He dropped the pill, charging through Descent. Pushed over the boundary line and out. Boundary throw in. 12 minutes gone here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Shout out to Steve from Hastings, who's tuning in today. Quick kick around the body. That time by Curtis up towards the half-forward line. Couldn't quite trap it that time. There was Eels. He's had a fair bit of it early. Watson snapped around the body. Just did enough in the nick of time as the kick goes in towards the middle of the ground, but they're finding that space through the corridor and being in the right spot, the Tigers. Here's Barton Smith on the right boot. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. Was a well-weighted one as well. Just bounced straight off the chest of Marrow, who dropped what he probably should have taken. Scrambling kick towards the forward pocket. They've got the numbers, though. Farrell's in there for the D's. Will he concede a behind? He will concede a behind. Gets the Bronx cheers from a few Tigers fans, but every point counts in a low-scoring affair, and that's the first blemish. 1-1-7 Mitcham. They lead by that margin. Montrose yet to score.
This is exactly what you want from the top two sides. A real tight tussle in the conditions. No quarter given by either side at this stage of the contest.
Certainly right, Brash, as Montrose look to clear this one out of defence. Rossetti's in front position. It goes out the back of Barton Smith, finds it, who's been very impressive. And I hope that wasn't a head into the fence. That was a big collision there from Alex Barton Smith with the boundary line.
He's had a lot of injury problems, Barton Smith, but he's also a really important component to that back line for Mitcham.
Well, he's probably been one of their better players in the first 13 minutes, has had plenty of it. Here's Crampton socket off the ground into a dangerous position here. Lovell's going to lay the tackle. Is the ball coming out? No, it's not. So ball up inside 50 for the Tigers.
Probably like Kyle Staples was very lucky not to get penalised there because he did drag the ball back under.
Yeah, he did.
And Brad umpire Pulley was just on the wrong side of the tackle there.
That's right. Lovell the tap down. Dangerous spot for the Tigers. Marrow picks it up and he's wrapped up. We'll get another ball up inside 50 for the Tigers. 13 coming up to 14 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 1-1-7 to no score in favour of Mitcham. This one coming out to Marek into the side for the last few weeks. A big tackle there from Nick Hallow. No free kick either way paid. We'll get another ball up.
I'm going to go with you. It's Hallow, not Halo. Is that it?
I've been going with Hallow.
Okay. Been going with Halo for a decade. However long, I feel bad. I think, well, they probably both got a halo anyway because they're superstars of this football club. As it comes out now, trying to work his way out of it was Nick Halo, and Brad Pulley has called this one high tackle, so it'll be Mitcham to have a shot on goal at 30 metres out, 45-degree angle, and a chance to extend the lead out here, Brash.
Yeah, another player that's been in and out of the side over the last 2 years because of injury and form. But when Nick Halo is in form, he's a very, very dangerous forward.
One of half the team who's wearing the long sleeves this afternoon, Halo. These are the ones you've got to kick. It's important. His heart's it right, and he pushed it right, and it stayed there. frustrating times for the brethren sitting in the grandstand. Through for a minor score, Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Halfway through the first, 1-2-8, Mitcham, Montrose yet to score.
Brash, they've been the better side in the opening quarter so far, but as you said, 1-2-8. I know it's going to be hard to kick a lot of goals this afternoon, but they're going to just have to take every chance they get.
I think both sides have got to maximise their opportunities when it presents themselves. Otherwise, they're going to get hurt on the turnover, I reckon.
A great kick out from Lord finds Ryan Garthwaite at halfback. Will handball it off to Lord, who's done a lot of work here towards the middle of the ground, standing underneath it. Barton Smith, you ain't got a tan to it. It fell out to Witchell, who got it inside 50. Bouncing footy towards the boundary line, running onto this first. Kimber, he's almost pushed over the boundary fence. So we'll get a boundary throw in on that far side. Inside 50 now for the D's. 15 coming up to 16 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this first term. 1-2-8 to no score. Favour of the Tigers. They played off in some great games in the recent couple of years, including a preliminary final where Mitcham got the job done and obviously advanced through to that grand final. Famous victory. It's another ball up inside 50 for the Demons.
They're a scary side to watch when it comes finals time, Mitcham.
They are.
You know they're always coming to play, that's for sure. Rocks go at it. Nicely done there by Garthwaite that time. He's trying to get himself into the game. Quick kick out of the pack there by Barton Smith in towards the middle of the ground. All players are forward to centre here at the moment. Jenkins on the right boot though for Montrose. Up towards centre half forward. In the front spot there was Witchell. Came charging through. There was Descent. His kick was smothered. Out towards the wing position it goes. Marrow overran the football, so Montrose worked themselves forward. Little kick over the top there by Witchell. Up towards the top of the goal square. Getting down! Sensational mark there by Ryan Garthwaite. He just came from nowhere, but he had only eyes for the football. Gets down low and takes it.
Very good mark there by Garthwaite, considering the conditions.
Tough pocket to kick a goal from, but I tell you what, it's a contender for our mark of the day. Fantastic reach there by the big man.
But he plays back too.
But he also read the play really well there to get that front position.
Garthwaite comes in on the boo-na-na, and class players just know how to finish off the job, don't they? And Ryan Garthwaite does just that. Montrose, just what the doctor ordered for the D's. They hit the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They trail by 2 points now, 17.5 gone on that Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Mitcham 1-2-8.
Ryan doesn't need many opportunities to make a statement, and as you said, Brash just read that so well, knew when to go for it, and to be able to take a diving mark in these conditions, that was fantastic. That's absolutely a Ringwood Mazda Mark of the Week contender. All winners of that award go into the running for the Ringwood Mazda Mark of the Year at the end of the season.
Well, they win a Mazda, do they?
Oh, jeez, I'm not sure. I don't think that's...
Maybe some mats.
Yeah.
Mazda keyring.
Look, I'll sign up for a club and play if that's the prize, a Mazda. As this ball comes out of the middle.
Assuming he'll get the marks.
Yeah, it's a canny. You know it would, Lee. As this goes inside 50. Garthwaite, the handball back to Hams. Kick inside 50, bouncing footy. Mitcham defence under a bit of pressure here. Tight angles there. Laurie, his kick was smothered. That was nicely done by Kimber. That ball kept in towards the top of the square or towards the boundary line. Will roll out of bounds, and Montrose looking a little bit more dangerous in the last couple of minutes. 1 straight 6, Mitcham 1-2-8.
Yeah, maybe obviously the close contest, and when you start winning, even just winning a little bit of ground, right, just gives you the extra 2-3 metres, just gives your players a bit more time to steady and think about their disposal a bit more.
Right in front of a magnificent new scoreboard out here at Mitcham. It's one of the best going around in local football. Clear as crystal.
That's why we have finals here, BWS.
That's right. One of the premier grounds. They call the MCG of the eastern suburbs, in fact, as ball's thrown in. Umpire's going to restart this one. The scores around the grounds.
Not many coming through at the moment. Park Orchard's leading North Ringwood 19-7.
Going up there, Garthwaite. He left it. Eventually, Heat went for the kick, and he was brought to ground. Strong tackle, and
that game almost has a sense of inevitability there already, right?
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
19-7.
Free kick's going the way of Heat, so he went for the kick there. He was brought to ground. It might have been called a dangerous tackle there. Not too sure. I thought that was going to be a perfect segue for Whispers, but we'll let that one slide. Taj Heat, though, he'll have a chance to put Montrose in front. He's going to kick from just inside the 45-metre arc. They've just looked a lot cleaner in the last couple of minutes.
I agree.
Montrose, as Heat comes in now, gets up and under the kick. He pushed it left. It wasn't good. It wasn't pretty, let's face it. And over she goes, out of bounds on the full. Jesse Uren to bring the ball back in.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side, thanks to Tobin Brothers. Here's Blake Tennant.
Yes, BWS, yes. Bit of a high tackle free kick there too. He ducked his head a little bit cautious there.
Thanks there, Blake Tennant on the boundary. Tobin Brother Funerals celebrating lives. Fentry Gully versus Sylvan, 28-12. Leading in that game, Knox, 14 to Surrey Park 3. And out here, it's Mitcham by 2 points as Jesse Uren brings the ball back into play. Bouncing footy over the line will clear everyone. And Mitcham probably be pretty happy with that to get a stoppage up here on the wing. They've done well in this first quarter, 1 goal apiece. I think they would go into quarter time pretty happy if that was the end result, with a lot of players missing at both ends of the ground. Rossetti gets a tap down out of mid-air almost there. Cherry bouncing footy. Montrose have got 2 players behind the ball that will be able to raffle this one off. Eels, short kick. I don't know what happened there. That was out of bounds on the full. I'm not sure what he was
He's gone
doing.
for the pinball and opened that gate there.
That was a shank, wasn't it?
Bit of a you're right. That's probably the best way to put it. Smythe tried to steal that off his teammate in Marek, who goes backwards to the skip end. Uren bouncing footy towards the top of the square from behind. Descent. Put it to ground level. Greg Lord tightened the boundary. Got his handball off just in time. Big tackle there by Jesse Smythe. Well, actually, it was Nick Hallow in the end, but that was a big collision, and we'll get a ball up. Inside 50 for the Tigers. 21 coming up to 22 minutes gone first term. 1-2-8 to 1 straight 6. Getting the clearance forward almost was Smythe. His kick was smothered. Under a bit of pressure here, Montrose. This one, what's the umpire going to say? It's going to be holding the ball. And a free kick here is going towards the Tigers. And this should be 25 because Jackson Haller has just been thrown to the ground off the ball. I'm not sure who laid the tackle. I believe that could have been Cherry.
I reckon the screaming by GMAC over there was force that free kick there. You can see him in the background.
Main instigator all the time.
We're going to go to Blake Tennant in just a moment because Jesse Cherry is going to line up for the Tigers second. Tough angle, but not very far out. Certainly in his range. Jesse Cherry hits the post, and the Tigers move to 1-3-9. Montrose 1 straight 6. 23 minutes played on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Blake Tennant on the boundary, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Yes, I've just seen a lot of spot fires going on here, boys. There's down the back there. I don't think you quite saw that, but there has been a few spot fires lately. So I don't think these two like each other. That's what I gather here.
Yeah, Potter and Halo were
Halo
involved a little well-to-do there for a little minute there.
Yeah, he was put down right on the other side of the ruck contest.
Jackson Halo loves a bit of that. So I've seen a lot of his football, and I've seen a lot of him doing that, stirring the pot a bit.
I heard you were a bit like that in your younger days too, Blake.
Younger days, 50 years ago.
Well, back to the football as it went out and it came back in, and it's gone over the boundary line and out of bounds. And hasn't I've learned a new football term in spot fires as well.
Spot fires. Bring in Elvis.
And the umpire throws it back in now. So along the 50 for Mitcham as the kick by Hams was smothered across centre half ball. Bouncing football in towards the middle of the ground. Hitting the deck there was Witchell for the D's. It scrambles out up towards centre half forward for Mitcham, who's going to sit up and take this one. Getting down low there was Riley Hams. Once again, he was letting it go nowhere. Jesse Uren on top of him. And we'll have a ball up. True centre half forward here. It's 40 metres out. Umpire Brad Pulley to restart this one.
I reckon if you're asking me at quarter time who I think which coach would be the more happy, I reckon Neil Winterton would be.
Well, Jesse Uren was completely held during that ruck contest, but it was not seen. Play went on and the ball drifted in towards the middle where we do it all again. So 3 points is the margin. 1-3-9 to 1 straight 6. Both sides capable of kicking good scores. Let's hope it stays dry out there because the class football is what we're after today. As Lovell, the big ruckman, now received the free kick. Short pass was on, and they're all standing all alone out there. Was his teammate. I think is that Crampton out there?
If it's number 5, it is.
Cherry.
It's Cherry, actually. It's Jesse Cherry. Different hairstyle.
Yeah,
usually it works okay with the long sleeves. Gives a quick handball off here. Smythe from 45 metres. Sets sail, pushes it right. Stays alive though. Heard a whistle. Free kick going to Montrose.
Greg Lord to take this out at full back. Not long to go in this first term. 25 minutes played, 1-3-9 to 1-6 in favour of the Tigers for the match of the round. A short kick to Eels. Deep in the back line for Montrose. Will go down the line, keeping it tight towards the boundary line. White was the target. It was just spoiled over the line, so we'll get a boundary throw in right in front of us. Out here at Walker Park. Great to be back. Two great sides going head-to-head. Montrose have been in fantastic form coming into this game, as we've talked about. And they probably haven't had many opportunities early in this first term. Tigers had more of the play, and here they go again. Crampton off to Uren, inside 50. Bouncing footy, coming at it with Staples. Misread it. And he might get a stoppage. Deep in attack for the Tigers.
Famous burger out here, Lee, for quite some time. What's it like these days?
Tiger was absolutely delicious.
Yeah, I had a Tigger burger today myself. It was pretty good.
The bacon was smoked.
Yeah, it was lovely.
Oh, it was over the grill.
Here we go.
Anything smoked is delicious, let's face it. As it comes out now, Lucas Marrow trapped inside the boundary. Quick kick up towards the top of the goal square. You've got to be smart in these instances and get players back, and that's exactly what Kyle Staples did. And the short pass was on to Winchell. Let's cross down to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, was it 8.5 out of 10 or whatever that was?
8.5 out of 5.
Yeah, that's the one.
8.5 out of 5, thanks to Blake. Thanks to Tobin Brothers celebrating lives as our sponsor of the Boundary Riders throughout season 2024.
And I'm sure James McLeod will be very happy that you mentioned that, BWS.
Yeah. Great guy, James McLeod.
Yes.
No doubt. They do send-offs better than anybody. There's no doubt about that. As the ball goes up towards meant to play, couldn't quite trap the football. Trickling over, Alex Barton-Smith sees it over.
People are just dying to line up at Tobin Brothers, mate.
If it's legal, it's possible. That's the that's the motto.
Good on you, Brash. It's great to be sitting alongside you. No doubt about that. As a knock-in comes from Rossetti. Little flick over the back that time. There's a lot of players around this football. It's hard to get that clear disposal out, so stoppage upon stoppage. As we cross the 27.5-minute mark, not too sure how much longer this game might go. Any stats in the stat centre, Paul Yaconi?
Yeah, so the clearances at the moment are Mitcham on top in the clearances 11-5. The tackles are 12-11, so it's very even there, but the inside 50s are 13-6.
That's telling.
Going the way of Mitcham.
Doing a great job, as always, Paul Yaconi at that centre. As a quick kick goes in, is there a last chance here for the Tigers? Running back, it's a foot race in shoes, and just couldn't quite trap it. There was Brendan Gardle, the veteran from Montrose, and a slippery football is easy to disguise today. He's not going to get pinged for something like that. And over she goes for a boundary throw-in. Left forward pocket. There's only a minute or so left. Chance for the Tigers.
They'd be very unlucky to get pinged there as the ball comes back in. Rossetti gets the tap down. It's all Tigers level. The handball really was to no one. Staples picks it up. Tries to get past one Tiger. The second Tiger gets him. Handballed out. Cherry. Got to play it just out in space, but the siren beats Crampton. And they miss an opportunity there. So Mitcham, instead of potentially having a 9-point lead, they'll lead by 3 points at quarter time. 1-3-9 to Montrose. 1-6. Ben Warren-Smith with the goal kickers in the first term.
Well, there was only 2, and it was an entertaining quarter, but we were hoping for a few more goals to go on the board, but they will come. The first goal of the match was to Nathan Crampton from the Mitcham Football Club, and Ryan Garthwaite after that sensational mark and be able to put it through from the boundary line. He's the early contender for the goal of the day, the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. And so that wraps up quarter time out here at Walker Park, the MCG of the East, and it's a 3-point lead to the home side. It's low scoring, but it's entertaining. Stay with us on 98.1 Radio Eastern, and of course streaming around the globe on YouTube and Facebook right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park, Eastland match of the round. Mitcham and Montrose, big Division 1 clash, and it is Tigers at quarter time leading 1-3-9 to Montrose 1-6. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher and Paul Uconi, and Blake Tennant on the boundary, who will be grabbing an interview just shortly. I'll start with you, Brasher. Thoughts on that first term? Obviously the weather's going to play a big part in today's game. Very low scoring, but the Tigers' pressure was quite good, I thought.
In fact, I thought both sides' pressure was good at the appropriate times. I think, though, if there was a clear winner in the quarter, I thought Mitcham were the clear winner. They just didn't show it on the board, but Montrose had their opportunities as well, and they couldn't take advantage of their forward 50s as well. So it's a really tight contest between two very, very evenly matched sides because of the conditions. I just sort of feel like that Neil Winton will probably think, considering the squad that he's got on the park this afternoon, he'll feel that he gained a little bit of a moral victory here after round one, or I'll call it round one of round 4 this afternoon. And
Good save.
And look, I'm still expecting the game to be really close. I really don't think this game's going to open up till the second half, I reckon. I think there's still enough. I still think there's enough run in both sides' legs at this particular stage to keep the game tighter, at least till half time.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Montrose have really they haven't fired their shot yet. No. And they're going to have a patch in this game where I think they're going to be able to hit the scoreboard and make the difference and certainly steam ahead. But we've got Blake Tennant on the boundary, who's got Neil Wyndham with him.
Yes, just got Neil down here. You were talking about how you were ticking the boxes that quarter. You must be pretty happy about how that quarter went, because it was on your terms a lot that quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those days in these conditions where it's just about territory and being in first and sort of getting the ball going your way. And I thought we were able to do that for a decent period of that quarter anyway.
Yeah, and touch on as well, the 450 a lot. I think it was 13 inside 50s, there were about 6 to Montrose. So that's another brilliant coaching aspect that you've done this quarter, I'm tipping.
Yeah, in these conditions, you just want to play like a territory-based sort of game, and if we can lock it inside forward 50, that's a bonus.
No worries. Enjoy the rest of the game, Neil.
Great stuff there by Blake Tennant. I wish we had the camera on him because Blake was avoiding everything to get him to let go underneath the umbrella with him. And then eventually Neil's like trying to creep underneath it and Blake's walking backwards. Sensational stuff. Great interview, Blake. And we're just about to get this game back under wraps. But Paul Yacconi at the Stats Centre for those all-important first quarter stats.
Yeah, so the clearances were 11-5 the way of Mitcham. Inside 50 marks, 3-1 Mitcham. Intercept marks 4 apiece. Tackles 13-11 the way of Mitcham. Inside 50s 14-6 the way of Mitcham. And free kicks 3-2 the way of Montrose.
Well, they're looking to get the clearance here as the kick goes inside forward 50 there from Lovell. Bouncing football over she goes for a boundary throwing. 45 metres out. Seen over by Jacob Farrell.
You know, it's interestingly wet weather. The ball automatically feels like it's attracted to the boundary line and flanks, doesn't it? Doesn't want to go down the middle. It just wants to go down the flanks.
So, took a while to get this ball back into play, but eventually it happens. Stolen that time by Witchels. Slams it on his boot out of the danger zone. Lucks a fortune, but in the right spot was Jenkins. One of the best haircuts in the league. There's no doubt about that, if you want to call it the best. Or the worst, one of them. As it goes up towards centre half forward, big black flies. Little kick off the ground that time by Canny. It almost went into the arms of Garthwaite. They've got the numbers though, the Tigers. Getting down low was Jackson Halo. Got a timely fist on the football. Going in there and laying a strong tackle was Tanzimat to hold the ball inside forward 50 for Montrose as they try to kick their second goal here as they trail by 3 points, 1 minute into the second term.
Ball up here, Garthwaite and Lovell going at it. Lovell, the big punch, went down to Hams though for Montrose. Got the handball off to Eels, who sends it long in towards the forward 50. Bouncing footy wasn't enough for Tanzimat to get a hold of. And we'll get a minor score. Montrose 1-1-7, Mitcham 1-3-9. We've played a minute and a half into this second quarter.
We'll have some more, pardon me, I've been gargling betadine all morning. I'm getting a bit croaky, but the ball comes back into play now over the top of Lovell's head. Bouncing football. They had the numbers at the back of the pack here, the D, so the kick goes straight back inside forward 50. Getting underneath it and almost pulling down a strong mark was Tanzimat. They come charging in over the top of him, but we're going to have another restart. Halo hands the ball back to the umpire, who's quick to restart this one. Garthwaite this time went up against Lovell, who got the knockdown. Slammed it on his boot out towards the wing position, or someone might have copped a corky there. Boundary side, it was right in front of Blake, so we'll go down to him shortly. He will have seen that one. Cherry on the right boot, though, for Mitcham. Up and under kick. There was nobody home, though. It was touched off the boot. Guard will drop what he should have taken. Although it was touched, he probably still should have taken it. He was under pressure. They're under a lot of pressure. Nice little handball, though, by Hams. They're going backwards to go forwards. Lordy. He got the handball away to Potter. On the right boot now, scrambled the kick up towards the wing position. It wasn't a great one, but he made his teammates work hard for it, and they did just that. And we'll have a bounce as we cross down boundary side. Thanks to Tobin Brothers. Here's Blake Tennant.
Yeah, Jesse Smythe there, number 14 for Mitcham, just went down a little bit gingerly onto the trainers right now as we speak. We'll report back to you guys shortly.
Thanks there to Blake, doing a great job on the boundary. As this ball is won by the Ds. They go forward through Heap towards their half-forward line. Garthwaite out the back. He's well controlled by Riley Nichols, who does quite well. And the Tigers now go forward themselves. Up at our half-forward line there, Lukey Marrow tries to keep that one in. Cowman couldn't quite, and it rolls out of bounds. And we'll get a boundary throw and inside 50 for the Tigers. 3 minutes into this second term.
Yeah, it's a real arm wrestle at the moment. Neither side can find any ascendancy or even find any space in their forward 50 to try and create some goal-kicking opportunities here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. Rossetti gets the tap down. Lord's there for the Ds. The two Tigers just jump on top. The umpire lets this play on for a little longer before he calls it back. So ball up inside 50 for Mitcham. Every goal is just going to be so valuable, particularly for the Tigers as they control the contest for the most part in this first half. Marrow just kicks it.
It's clever.
Over the boundary line, but he does gain some ground, doesn't he? So we'll get a boundary throw in. Very close to Mitcham goals.
You almost feel like whichever side gets a couple of cold break, because you know the rain's going to come down again.
Yeah.
It could turn it into a 4-goal lead, because you're going to have to find it. You find it doubly hard to kick another. You need to find 2 goals.
Umpire throws it in now. It's deep in the Mitcham forward line. Strong tackle there, Lucas Marrow. drags his opponent to deck, and let's quickly cross down to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I just feel like it's just going to be a low-scoring affair in all games this week. I'll love to see some of the scores, of course, if you guys have got some, because I reckon it'll be a low-scoring affair all weekend, boys.
That's a hint, nudge, nudge, if ever I've heard one, to the boss. You get sacked if you start keeping up those sorts of things. As a handball comes out towards Marrow, he was dispossessed of the football as the kick goes across, or the ball goes across centre-half back, working their way through the middle. Heat picked the ball up, did really well. Looping handball over the top. It was a risky one, but he had Garthwaite in there who wanted to link up nicely to his teammate then in Galbraith. Dispossessed of the football, and here's Mitcham on the rappel, up inside forward 50, bouncing football. They've gone wide once again over the top there. Cowman got the handball away, but it was making things pretty tough out there for his teammate. His umpire is going to just let this one continue to go, and I think he's been pinged there, Marek, which is pretty bloody stiff if you ask me, as Lord takes the kick, kicks it across the face of dropping what he should have taken, but the umpire paid the mark. So Brad Pulley's come in and had the whistle to the gob, except he's actually changed his decision there. A smart play there. Yeah,
he signalled pushing
he's admitted that it was his mistake, and so he's just going to throw this one up, and that's what I call very good umpiring. It is what it is.
Blake, I got some scores for you. Kilsyth lead Nuttawading 36-15. Scoresby in front of Churnside 16-13.
Do we reckon Van Nieuwen's already kicked his 1,000th already, boys?
We'll keep an update on that. I'll have to follow the socials.
So, by Brad Pulley to restart it again. It's been lingering around this Mitcham forward line so far. 6 minutes gone. They've had most of the play in their forward half.
Yeah. That is a free kick. Why would you want to do something like that? What are you trying to prove here?
The umpire had blown his whistle,
yeah,
and
exactly.
then he dropped him.
You tell him, Brash.
Spot fires.
Yellow card, I reckon, coming up, boys. I could see it. Hang on.
He's taking him away.
Yeah, here he goes.
Here he goes. He's reaching for it. And here it
He
comes.
can't find it. Cannot find it.
Yeah, it's out.
There he goes.
I think it might have been Hams, number 34.
Yeah, it is. It's Riley Hams.
Yep, Riley
No,
Hams.
I don't think that doesn't look like Hams.
That's number 69. Is that Gardle?
Oh, it's Brendan Gardle.
Brendan Gardle, sorry, yep.
Doesn't know his own team.
And other boys, other news as well. Jesse Smythe is coming back onto the ground just shortly. He's just waiting for the rotation too, boys.
Hey, Blake, what's Brendan Gardle done? Deserve to wear number 69 when he's always worn number 9.
Well, if you have a look, Brad, Gardle actually said that he's going to announce his retirement, so he's coming out of retirement. So, pretty interesting stuff there, and the famous 69, as we can tell, Brad.
So
Maybe he thinks it's the last hurrah, mate.
Who knows, mate? Who knows?
Jesse Cherry now. A big opportunity here for Mitcham. They need to make one of these stick. He comes in, hop, skip, and a jumper, and he floats it through for one behind. So another let off there for Montrose. Another chance gone begging for Mitcham. 1-4-10 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, leading by 3 points. 8 gone, second term.
Just get that feeling that it might come and bite them in the butt at some stage as Lord looks to clear this one out for the Ds. Almost a mark taken. Down at ground level, trying to fight his way through it there, Galbraith.
Boundary.
As we go down to the boundary to Blake Tennant. Thanks, Tone Brothers.
Just a quick one as well. Big Gav has been found. I report Big Gav is around, so he could be on the mic anytime soon now, boys.
Umpires have already come out. Too late.
As you're right, Jesse Uren giving away a free kick here for a push in the back, or actually the umpire said nothing in it. We'll get a boundary throw in instead. We're on that far wing. Out here at Walker Park, we've played 8.5 minutes in this second term and still just 2 goals. 1-4 for Mitcham, 1-1-7 for the Ds. Here's Heap to give Montrose a bit of a chance. Ball bouncing forwards, cut off by Barton Smith. Pack of players come into this one, and the umpire says, give it to me, I'll ball it up again. 3 points in it. And these first half, we'll keep those scores around the grounds when we do get them. Tap forward there from Lovell. Out the back is Greg Lord, gets his kick away just in time. Mitcham player almost held. Heap, a smart handball forward. They're surging here, the Demons. Crampton cuts it off for the Tigers. Handball to Kimber, who was standing still and was caught right away by Taj Heap, who will have a chance at putting Montrose second on the board.
Got to say, Ryan, if we had to give 3-2-1 at the moment at half-time, I think we'd all be in trouble here.
Yeah, there's no sandouts.
No, there isn't.
From either side. But Taj Heap has started to work his way in this game in the second quarter. And this would be an important kick for Montrose.
I love his hairstyle.
Smart back on
One of the best.
Like he's chasing alligators.
So Taj Heap.
Just a bit jealous, though.
Line up, that kick on its way, and it is to the right. So a minor score, 1-8 Montrose, Mitcham 1-4-10. So both sides have had some opportunities this quarter, but both have been able to miss set shots.
Well, at least Taj Heap won't compete with my number 2, I can guarantee you.
Well, every time I give someone a bit of stick for their hair, it's only out of pure jealousy because I've got zero. Hanging
Like
on to
me.
a few feathers, that's for sure. As it comes out now, Canny couldn't quite trap the football over. She goes for about.
I've been watching my hairline just slowly go back every year.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
It's a worry.
It won't happen overnight, but it will happen. Get the Rachel
You're
Hunt
basically
going.
already married anyway, mate, so you don't have anything to worry about. It's all good. As the umpire throws the ball in. Ozo knock over the back. Quick kick inside forward 50 there by Heap on the opposite. Charging out there was Garthwaite. Got the handball away. Nicely done there, Blake Lee, who wrapped up his opponent there in Luke Jenkins. By Brad Pulley comes back in. He's covering a fair bit of meterage. Old Bradley today. Former member of the media team from years gone by.
Yes.
Back in the day. As it comes out now. Quick kick by Rebecca. Was just hit his toe on the end because he got brought to ground. Ball alive. Uran tried to duck under the tackle. Nicely done, Bailey White. Almost should have been rewarded for that. Umpire comes in and says, give it back to me. Looked to be holding the ball from where I was standing. Any scores around the grounds, Ryan Long?
We'll keep you updated. Baldwin lead Vermont 23-9.
Big slap over the back that time there by Lovell. And over she goes for a boundary, throwing right near the Jealous Creek side.
Some more at the moment.
Yep.
Blackburn 31, Berwick 10, Doncaster East, East Ringwood 6 apiece, Roval 26, Norwood 9, and South Croydon Noble Park 1 point in it. Bulls lead 16-15.
Okay, Garthwaite went up unattended in the end, almost falconed himself. Slapped it back into his own face as the ball comes down to ground level and will bounce it up again. Well, it's wet weather football. We haven't seen too much of it so far in 2024, and today it's all coming at once. So low-scoring affairs right around the traps as you go local for your football. As Rebecca on the left boot picks the ball out of bounds on the full, and it'll be Ben Descent to bring the ball back in for Montrose.
Could be heading for one of our lowest half-time scores in the season too. 1 goal apiece, the way it's going.
Yeah, it's a good question. Descent goes inside 50 here, looking for Garthwaite in the pack. Doing very well. There was Lovell who tapped it down into a dangerous spot, though, for the Tigers. They're appealing for a free kick here, but we're just going to get a ball up inside 50. Dangerous spot. Mitcham 1-4-10. Montrose 1-2-8. 12.5 minutes gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Lovell the tap down. Heap was there for the Ds. Here's Descent who charges through, gets the forward kick. Comes off to a player whose kick was smothered out of bounds, but in a very good spot for Montrose. Right in the pocket. Just starting to get a bit more on their terms. A bit more of the territory. Just watching Barton Smith at the moment. Looks like he's holding that left shoulder. Potential cause of worry there.
Good spot up in that scoreboard.
Lovell got the tap down. I don't miss BWS.
What's that?
It was a good spot. Is that what you said?
No, I'm saying like I can see all these people sitting in the scoreboard.
I thought you said great spot that I
Oh, yeah.
BWS.
No, I know you can read.
That's the ladies, the corporate box that Mitcham have. It's the corporate box.
But you basically got all the ladies downstairs, about 100 of them, and all the guys have been relegated to this one little box up in the corner.
So Jesse Wren's kick clears out of defence, and right here on the wing we'll get another stoppage.
Guess what, Lee? I think they'd rather be in the little box.
I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure I saw they've got Dilrook Jai Singer downstairs for a bit of entertainment. So
Ball comes out now, bouncing over, and she goes and backing away from the play there was Blake Tennant. And a boundary throw in shoes.
Usual effort there.
Well, he's a two-time junior premiership player, Lee.
5-time premiership.
5-time umpire.
It's a 1-1 draw here with 4 penalties going 4-2 here, I reckon.
Well, 10 plays 8. Well, we hope you're enjoying it if you're tuning
we
in.
are. We're having a wonderful time out here this afternoon.
Yeah, Nick Halo.
The jumper over the head there.
A little bit of how do you do. slash spot fire, if you like, as the kick goes inside forward 50, bouncing football, looking for Lord, who went after it again. He copped one high for his troubles, probably unnecessary in the end.
There was a bit of roughness there.
Get the extinguisher
He's copped one really badly there. I think he copped like a chin to the face.
Yeah, there was a little bit of...
face to the chin. Or one of those
lot going on at the moment.
Yeah,
He's very sore to get up.
Yeah, look...
card.
Nick Halo was very, very late.
Look at this. Cherry and Descent have been going at it for the last 3 minutes.
Who's got the yellow? I think Nick's got the yellow.
Jackson, that is.
Jackson, is it?
I don't know.
Jackson Halo's been doing this for years, boys.
Oh,
come on.
Turn it up, Blake.
It just got a little bit willing, didn't it?
So is it a yellow card?
I think that's what the umpire's signalling out at the moment. So Jackson's coming off at them.
I haven't seen the card
no
yet,
card,
boys.
but he's just saying get out of my 50.
Oh, okay. Well, he's coming off to the bench either way.
You might have to go and do some research there.
Yeah, look, I think...
Mr. Tennant?
I think there was a little bit of high tackle there by Halo as Lord was ridden into the ground there.
So Lord received the 25 in the end. Kick goes out towards the wing position. Just barging his way through the pack there was Ben Descent, who's just got a lot of frustration at the moment. Oh, no, he got a push, actually. And the Bronx cheers come. So Montrose, a chance to go forward. Inside forward 50 they go. It was over the top there of White. Nicely done there by Garthwaite. Somehow gets boot to ball, Garthwaite, but pushed it to the left-hand side and through for a minor score.
On penalties.
10 plays 9 here, 16 minutes gone in the second term on the Eastland match of the round. The home side lead it by 1 solitary point.
Paul's been waiting for that one for at least, when did you say it before?
So a lot of feeling in this game, as BWS said. There's just 1 point in it. Mitcham leading only the 2 goals for the quarter, or for the first half, in fact. The Cherry runs this one over the line right in front of us. 16 and a half minutes gone, second term.
Not only is it there a lot, I know there's a lot happening on the ground, but I think there's a lot at stake here for both sides this afternoon. They're playing for keeps here, right, and it's getting pretty willing out there.
There is a lot of feeling between the two clubs. Obviously, very familiar with each other. Played in a preliminary final last year and a qualifying final, one apiece. The ball goes down towards Mitcham's forward half. A big tackle laid there by Cherry. And the umpire says, give it to me. Brad Pulley, who actually replied to my email. I didn't realise he was part of the media team. He's still on my email list.
Yeah.
I said I'd go and meet him at some stage today.
He does media at work and IT like myself. So
it's great to see as this one comes towards the boundary line. Tackle over the line. We'll get a boundary throw in.
Well, if that's the case, God knows who you're sending emails to still these days.
I don't know who else is on the people I've never met, but surely they've blocked my email by now, you'd think.
Yeah. Is Ben Waterworth and Matt Fody still on the list?
Matt Fody says this ball comes out inside 50 for the Tigers. Lovell at the back. Well defended, though, by his opposition. And we'll get another boundary throw in, coming up to 18 minutes in this second term.
I see he's making a name for himself down at Canterbury these days, Matt Fody.
Oh, yes, that's true. I did see him out there starring in whatever side that was.
Playing with Brad Kelleher.
I love that.
BWS.
Really? Yeah, right. He's back working at Netball Australia as well, is the fight. As it comes in now, 40 metres out. Who's going to be the first team to kick a goal in this term? At the end of the day, we're all waiting for it. There's been plenty of archie-barchie, no doubt about that. Jesse Uren, speaking of which, yeah.
There's nothing in that. He's played them
well
up.
That was a real Academy Award act there.
Uren, sloppy kick inside forward 50. It might work out okay. Here's Barnes. Got the handball out wide. This quick kick goes towards goal and off the ground. Magnificently done by Bailey Cowman, who just ran into the open space and got boot to ball. And when they're struggling to kick him from 20, 30, 40, you're not going to miss them from the goal line. And they get their second, the Tigers. Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we almost hit time on in this second term. 2 goals, 4-16 to 1-3-9.
Well, Cowman certainly wasn't going to leave that to chance, was he? He was making sure that was going through for a goal.
No, you're not going to risk it, are you? That would have been a great goal. It's still probably the Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. Not that there's many to contend with just the 3 majors, but
they're all contenders.
I liked it. That's right. As Mitcham go to 2-4-16, Montrose 1-3-9, coming to red time in this second term. We'll keep you updated on those scores around the grounds when we get them. A few results to look at. Boronia lead Templestowe 15-10. Eastfield 21 to the Waverley Blues 7. Back in the middle again we go. Whew. Almost top one high. No free kick and we'll get a ball up.
Gee, aren't they in a poor spell at the moment, Waverley Blues?
Oh, ever since we've gone there in that second half, I don't know what's happened. They've just started to fall off. A few players out of this side this week as this ball falls into the lap of Jesse Uran and wrapped up in another tackle. We'll get a stoppage in the middle.
Gav Casey must be upset, Brash.
Yeah, he would be. That's why he hasn't been around.
Bai throws the ball back up. Every opportunity I get, I throw that one in as the kick goes out towards the forward flank now for Mitcham. First play to meet it was Nagel, who was happy to trickle it over and run himself into the dugout of Tigers. Who were
don't
just
know if he
happy
really
to...
wanted it then, Nagel. Did you reckon?
Nah,
I think he was hoping it was going outside over the boundaries.
Couple more scores. Croydon 2-5-17, Basin 2 straight 12. Heathmont lead Ringwood 15-13. Very similar games.
Yeah. Okay. Parker Cup today.
Yep.
Out at H.E. Parker Reserve, the hanger.
Not the H.E. Parker Cup.
11 tackles to 10.
Always good on you, Paul. You break this up, mate.
11 tackles to 10 this quarter the way of Mitcham.
Canny, big kick up towards centre half forward. Knock over the back. The Tigers have got the numbers. Here's Lee.
Ooh.
Handball was dangerous. Quick kick goes up and under, out towards the wing position. It kept floating and got some good distance. Then Eels dropped what he should have taken. Lovell came in, got the handball away. They're linking up through the middle, up towards half forward line now. This is better football. It's cleaner. Cowman who kicked the last goal.
That could be
he should have probably
Should
been
have been
told play
play
on there. Little chip over the top there was okay, but he probably didn't gain too much there by going wide. But Nathaniel Barnes takes the mark.
It's probably been the best piece of play that either side have done, moving the ball from back to forward in this game.
Yep.
Not a difficult shot to kick this, but I tell you what, if he can put this one through, he builds some momentum going into the major break. So Nat Barnes comes in now. Got a good purchase on the football, but it never looked like going through. One behind is the result. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 22 minutes into this second term, it's Mitcham leading 2-5-17. It's 7 scoring shots to 4. Montrose 1-3-9.
So Greg Lord to take the kick in for the D's. He's had another fantastic season this year, has Lord. One of the stars of this Montrose side, which has been performing so well this year.
Oh, Marty's up that end.
Yeah, they swap ends.
Oh, they did. Okay,
That's
good.
right, as Lord will clear this one out of defence. It might come back through the hands of Cherry. The handball over the top to Uren. Gets past one, gets past two, kicks towards the forward line. Lukey Marrow was there, and so was Cowman, but just a minor score. So 2-6-18 Mitcham, 1-3-9 Montrose. 22.5 minutes played second term.
Jordan Eales has been a good player so far in his first half.
Done what he's had to do for Montrose and defend well. He has
a few errors, but got lots of the football and a nice neat kick that time. Found Ben Descent.
He's been working hard both back and forward descent. So
yeah, agreed. Rossetti screamed for it on the wing. The big man goes up. Just couldn't quite bring the ball down to ground level. Halo was in there, got the handball away. Crampton this way, that way. Linking handball was a very good one too. Scrambly kick though by Nick Halo up towards the half forward line. Getting down low there was Duvallin. Pressure comes on the player who scrambled a kick to the forward pocket, and over she goes for a boundary throw in. Mr. Yukoni.
10 inside 50s to 7 away of Mitcham in this quarter.
Just the last 3 or 4 minutes, Jesse Uren starting to get his hands on the ball a lot more and being a little bit more influential.
I'd love another one here.
Would be very handy, I would feel.
Uren goes up unattended, and that was just silly play there by Rossetti, who went up against a player 2 feet smaller than him and then gave him just the cleanest push in the back that you'll ever see, and all of a sudden Uren will go back from directly in front 35 out.
It's like he was saying, what are you going up in the rut for? Get out of my way.
Yeah, it's like, oi, move. Yeah, something like that, wasn't it? Any more scores?
Yes, quick update at Kings Park, up to French Gully, 37 to Coldstream 14. That's a big result coming, and they'll keep their spot in the 5 if they get up.
So this is where you want the skipper to come in and kick that captain's goal. They've been peppering for about 5 to 10 minutes now. Jesse Uren leans over the ball, starts at left. They just can't get on target here, Mitcham. And they do not want this to come back and bite them because they're through for another behind. 24 and a half minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 2-7-19 to 1-3-9. It's a 10-point margin to the home side.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know Montrose are going to eventually have a patch where they might come back and haunt all these missed opportunities from a Tiger perspective. This ball might come back again. Lovell flew. Down at ground level, we're going to get another ball up. Closing in on half-time here at Walker Park. Just the 3 goals kicked for the game so far. Marty Prizes, 2000th umpiring game today. And the goals at the moment. Descent gets the ball forward. This is a little bit better from Montrose in towards the middle of the ground, but Mitcham's pressure will hold this one up. Another ball up. 25 minutes played.
The Catfish is out at Murrelbark and Beaconsfield, and it's a 9-point lead to the Stangs.
The Stangs, that's a must-win game for Murrelbark, as this ball was smothered. Here's Uren, got a kick forward, did quite well there. Tried to get it to Carney, couldn't pick it up cleanly. Nick Hallard got the kick forward, but it was smothered. Now towards the wing, Montrose through Hams. But all the Tigers, look at the yellow and black around here. Cherry gets the handball over the top. Got it to a teammate there in Curtis. They continue this forward through Cherry. They just barge their way through. The kick out the back. Staples is there. Here's Lukey Marrow, who might be able to run on this. Bumps off his opponent and kicks the Tigers third. Brilliant play from the Mitcham Footy Club. 3-7-25 they lead. Montrose 1-3-9. 26 minutes played in the second term.
It was sheer bloody mindedness there by Mitcham. By hook or by crook, they were forcing that ball forward. And you know what? It worked because they end up scoring a goal.
Yeah, smart play and great and doing what he does well. Lucas Marrow has done for a number of years, a small forward who just knows how to read the play in the football. And they've got a couple of goals close to goal here. So they've made them count on the goal line. The other ones they've let go, but they should be probably kicking themselves. They probably should be up by 4 or 5 goals here, Mitcham, going into half-time. But nonetheless, a 16-point lead is very handy in these conditions.
Very, very handy.
Brad Pulley to restart this one. 26 and a half's gone. Montrose looking for the response here. Unable to kick a goal in this whole term. They wouldn't have done that too many times this year, if any. Very doubtful.
I reckon the one noticeable difference, when Montrose are going for the ball, there's always 3 or 4 Mitcham players around ready to, dig in when Montrose get the ball. There's still plenty of Mitcham guys around the contest, so Montrose are not getting enough numbers around the ball to try and force an outcome.
Giving them no space, have they? Here's Taj Heap. He's caught by a Tiger, holding the ball. So Mitcham are doing extremely well at the moment around the contest. Here's Crampton, finds a player by himself in the middle. That's a dangerous kick, just hits him in Flynn Rebecca. Short kick forward, really to no one in the end. Montrose have the numbers and they'll clear this out. But again, 2 Tigers fly, one dropped it. Taj Heap was at ground level, did well. His kick was smothered, ends up with the footy anyway. He's kicked towards a 1-on-2. Got Jenkins there, but he's got a lot of work to do. And he'll be pretty happy with that to see it out of bounds. 27 coming up to 28 minutes gone. Can they get a second goal just before half-time? 1-3-9 to 3-7-25.
Gee, that was an important little smother there by Mitcham, especially when Taj got the, got the repeat.
That's right.
Possession.
He looks the most dangerous. Here's Descent. He's tackled. It comes out now. And well done there by Barnes, who clears this football out the back. It's all Montrose numbers, so they'll be able to mop this one up. Gardol got the kick away before he was bumped. This ball towards the boundary line. We'll see it out. And 28 coming up to 29 minutes into this second term. Wouldn't think there'd be too much left, BWS.
No, and I see Bailey White's about to come back on the ground. The siren might beat him. Being very quiet today, Bailey, after kicking a handful last week. Ball comes in now. Knock out towards the Eels direction. He hit the deck right on top of him. Flynn Rebecca. And we'll have a ball up just inside the centre square, far side of Walker Park. The MCG of the East as the umpire throws it up now and flick over the back that time. The big ruckman in Lovell, and over she goes for another ball up, back to the umpire. Let's restart this one again. We've said that many a times today, haven't we? As Rossetti got the second bite on it, came out in the directions of Hams, who slammed it on his boot inside forward 50. But nobody was home. I'm just going to slow things nicely down here. Nathaniel Barnes for Mitcham. The right boot. A nice bit of purchase on that one, right up towards the wing position. Got the end result he was looking after, and over she goes for a boundary throw. We've got a number of cars out there. Flash your lights if you're listening into the broadcast today. Come on, give me something. No.
Someone just put their wipers on as an acknowledgement.
That's how we knew they were in the car.
Rossetti.
Free kick.
Over
Trip.
the back. You heard it.
No.
No. Too sure what happened there.
Yeah, not a mine.
Never mind, Brash.
Yeah, I know.
As it comes in now. Oh, no time. Beat the play there, and siren sounds to announce half time out here at Walker Park, and it's a low-scoring affair. It's a tough affair as well on the home side. We went into this game as pretty big underdogs given the cattle they have out on the park. They lead by 16 points out here after one half of football, 3-7-25 to 1-3-9. It's all single goal kickers on the park. Lucas Marrow, Nathan Crampton and Bailey Cowman have singles for the Tigers, while Ryan Garthwaite kicked a goal in the first quarter. They didn't kick a solitary goal in that second term, Montrose, so good defensive pressure there by Mitcham. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast of 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. One half down, one to go. We'll be back to talk all about what happened in that first half and those important around-the-ground scores right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome to the halftime showdown here between the two Division 1 heavyweights, between the Montrose Demons and the Mitcham Football Club. Always great to get back down to Tigerland. Speaking of the Tigers, they lead 3-7-25 to Montrose 1-3-9. I'm Blake Tennant hosting pre-game, and joining me, of course, is Wayne Brusher. Wayne, how have you seen the game so far? It's been bit of a arm wrestle, you would say, and how have you seen the first half of footy?
Well, look, the game has probably matched the conditions, Blake. I think both sides are trying hard to. I think they're trying to bring a bit of a dry weather football game to what is somewhat a very wettish type ground, and it's not really working that well for either side. I feel that Montrose are they're struggling a little bit. They don't seem to have enough numbers around the contest, Blake.
Yeah, I just feel like they're getting too stuck into what Mitcham are doing more than what Montrose are doing. I feel like that. They're doing a lot of stupid things, you would say, giving away stupid free kicks. Rossetti over Urine, that was, I don't think that was needed sort of thing. And a few, spot fires, as I've alluded to, but it's more of what they're focusing in on too much of what Mitcham's doing more than what Montrose is doing.
And that's a problem, because at the end of the day, you've got to do what you do best, right? But you also got to be mindful of the fact that you can't stray away from your game plan and be distracted. And in fact, Mitcham this is exactly what Mitcham wanted, right? Let's get them off get their minds off the job, right? We'll ruffle them up a little bit, right, within the rules, and that's probably what's happened.
Yeah.
And I've just noticed that you're right. There's been some skirmishes and that, and Montrose haven't come off. They've come off second best. I just noticed as the captain, Ben Descent, he seems to be very exasperated at the moment, because I don't think the game is going the way that he wants it to go.
Yeah.
And I know he's trying really hard to influence the contest, but they're just not getting enough ball, and they're not getting enough inside 50s, and when they do, they're not scoring.
I like to, if we can have a look, if you can, Brush, do you want to look at the stats scene there? Do you want to read off some stats for us there?
Yeah.
Brush, if you want.
In the second quarter, we had clearances were 8-6, favouring Mitcham. Inside 50s, well, there wasn't that many. It was 1-0 in marks and intercept marks. Tackles were 14-12, so you would expect that to be high in a game of this ilk. Inside 50s 11-8, and free kicks were 4 apiece. So it was it was an even. It was sort of very even in those sort of stats, but Mitcham just won some clutch decisions and a couple of clutch plays. Right, with really good ball movement, which helped gain the ascendancy in that second quarter.
Yeah, and I'll throw a question before you get to some scores. BWS, I just feel like they aren't, Mitcham aren't giving Ryan Garthwaite an inch. I know he's kicked the one, but I just feel like they aren't giving Garthwaite that much time. They're putting a lot of players around him and all that. How have you seen that unfold, BWS?
Well, it's just been made difficult for him at the end of the day. The pressure that's around the football and trying to move the ball through the corridor or even out wide, they're just not getting that clean disposal into him, and it's a tough day for a big forward and a forward of his ilk as well. So let's see if it can dry out a little bit. Let's see if they can open it up and give him some space. I know Bailey White's been really quiet as well, so we know they've got the firepower down there. It can only last for so long before Montrose really start getting some scores on the board. But let's have a look at the scores, considering I just mentioned that. I'll segue myself at the moment here, Brash. You'll be happy with this one. Vermont lead Baldwin by a goal at half-time. 24-point lead to Blackburn over Berwick. We're talking Premier Division, of course. Still waiting for an updated score out at Doncaster East and East Ringwood. There's no chance that's 6 apiece out there. 39 plays 22. Roval lead by 17 points against Norwood. Ray Baird will be happy about that one. Whilst down at the Kennel, it's a 5-point lead to South Croydon over Noble Park as we turn our attention now to Division 1 football. And, of course, we know the score in this game. It's a 16-point lead to Mitcham over Montrose. Murrelbach, Muzabi leading by 14 out at Heights Reserve, watched by the Catfish, 60-29. So a 31-point lead to Park Orchards over the North Ringwood Saints today. South Belgrave and Doncaster, get your act together. We haven't had any scores come through all afternoon.
South Belgrave, BWS, the connection's not great down there.
And so too for Wanturna South and Bayswater. So we need everyone wants to know what the scores are, so we need people to let us know that. Time to update the app. It's not that hard. Baronia lead Templestowe by 6 points in Division 2. It's Croydon by a comfortable lead of 40 points over the Basin at half-time. Heathmont in the Parker Cup out at the Hangar lead by 14 points over Ringwood. Those games traditionally are always very close. This is a close one as well. Mulgrave lead Lilydale by 5 points at half-time, while the Waverley Blues, they're creeping back into the contest. They're only trailing by 1 goal at half-time as we turn our attention to Division 3 senior men's football this afternoon. And Domvale, as we've seen them do so many times this year, they take a comfortable lead by 5 goals at half-time. Fair Park are taking on Oakley today. Still no scores coming through from there. It's a tight one out at the Cattery where Ferntree Gully leads Sylvan by 3 points. 4-point lead to Surrey Park over Knox. So a tight tussle between those two sides. Upper Ferntree Gully, we've loved hearing this score. Comfortable leaders at the moment, almost 4 goals over Coldstream. So good to see that out at Kings Park today as Division 4 football comes up now. And Croydon North Emlock versus Whitehorse Pioneers. We've got nothing. Zilch, nada. Get your act together. Too many teams not letting us down today. Kilsyth out at Wacker Reserve, 44-21, 23-point lead there to the Cougars, while Scoresby and Churnside Park in an arm wrestle today. I think Ray Baird trekked out there today, the old man. 10-point lead to Scoresby at half-time, and of course Forest Hill have the bye, Mr. Tennant.
What was the highest score, if you can recall, out of all of them?
Yeah, the Templestowe, the Basin game.
Yeah, the Basin had the highest score at half-time across all divisions.
Yeah,
57.
57. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yes, very nice. Keep those scores coming. Of course, that South Belgrave one. Got to get your act together. Come on, you've been quiet all day. So, anyway, I might, before we throw it up for the ad break, can we see Montrose winning, or Mitcham, you would say, get the win today?
No, look, Blake, the way that the local football goes, there's a period of time, and we all allude to it, that when a side gets a game on their terms, they get a limited amount of time to control the contest. That will be the same for Montrose. They will get a period where they'll be able to get back into the contest, but they can't afford to leave it too late, because if Mitcham score another couple of goals...
And early, that's all important, that first goal also, isn't it, in this term?
If they don't get the first goal and Mitcham score the first goal, it makes it extremely hard, because, as I said, as soon as the rain comes down, it turns a 4-goal lead possibly to about a 6-goal lead.
What do you think, Blake?
I don't think Montrose can get home, unfortunately, today. I think Mitcham, they started off that second quarter really well, and I can't really see it. That is the halftime show. Thank you for joining in, Brash and BWS. Straight after this is the ad break, of course, and then straight after this we'll hear the second half action on Montrose and Mitcham in Division 1, thanks to Eastland.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website.
Third quarter is underway here
/.
out at Walker Park. Mitcham as a quick kick by Uren was a fresh air shot in the middle. Comes out now, Scrambly one this time, out there by Nicholas. I think it bounced out into the direction of Canny, who got a timely fist on it. Marching out there was Barnes, gets down on his hands and knees, couldn't quite get the football. Who's going to first get the first chance at scoring in this third term? Welcome back to 98.1 Radio Eastern. Eastland match of the round, Mitcham and Montrose. The home side lead by 16 points as the third quarter is underway here in the first minute. And as we've seen so many times in that first 60 minutes, it will be another ball up. Expect plenty of that to come through. Plenty of great games as you go local for your football this afternoon. Rossetti. Knock went backwards. Uren was quickly there to lay the tackle, and getting up at the bottom was Taj Heap. So big fly over the top there by Rossetti. Got a good knock on that one. Paddling it to his advantage there was Cherry. Left it for his teammate who slammed it on the boot up towards the half-forward line. He's Crampton on the right boot. He's usually very clean with the football, Crampton. But he can't put it through. He pushed it to the right-hand side. And first score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard goes the way of the Tigers. 3-8-26. It's 11 scoring shots to 4 and the margin 17 points.
Yeah, they've let him off the hook a couple times, Mitcham. Montrose are still well and truly in this game. Only 17 points and they are a very good side, so that kick wasn't that great. It's a turnover. Cherry got the handball off to Uren. Snap around the corner. For the fourth of the day, the Tigers. And who other than the skipper in Jesse Uren. 4-8-32 to Montrose 139.
There's your goal of the day.
Tobin Brothers' goal of the day. That might be your front runner now. I'd say it'd have to be out of the first 5. And that's the perfect start if you're a Mitcham fan.
And that's exactly what you want from your captain. Lead from the front, kick the opening goal in the third quarter and set the tone.
Well, it looks like Blake's gone home because he's run away from the boundary. I think he might have just forgotten his microphone, but he's getting back down into position A as Brad Pulley about to start this one again with Lovell and Rossetti. Lovell coming in from the side on this one. Won the knockdown as well. They really need the next goal, Montrose. It's vital. Descent hit the deck, came charging through Kimber. Quickly wrapped up by Bailey White, who's worked himself into the middle of the ground. Fire starts it again. Nicely done, Rossetti. Knew his teammate out the back there was Hams, who got a scrambly kick up towards the half-forward line. Kick goes inside forward 50, just where it needed to go. Great defensive work. Charging through, though, was Heap. Put a lot of pressure on Garthwaite. Handball over the top. There's a lot of players chasing after this football now. Winning a high tackle, falling down at the crucial stage. Luke Jenkins, I think. No, in fact, it's Tanzamat.
Oh,
and it might be reversed here.
Oh, that's dumb.
They've turned it over. You would not believe it. A gimme goal going the way of Isaac Tanzamat has seen stupid football.
That's a coach killer, isn't it?
It's a definition of a coach killer, Paul. So it comes out now, and I tell you what, if Mitcham get the next one, that'll almost crush them because that was vital. They needed it. Scrambly kick there. Watson keeps it alive, trying to make up for it. Kick off the ground by Tanzamat across the face. I tell you what, that would have been some sort of a Dacos-like goal. And pushed it to the right, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
Ryan, how often have I said with Montrose right, that when things don't go their way, it falls apart for them on the field very, very quickly. That really epitomised how things are going for them at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. As the boundary throw-in will lead to another stoppage, and I don't know who it was who gave away the free kick, but whoever that is, I'd be sticking very clear of Gary Ayres right now. Would not be going anywhere near Gary because he would be fuming in that. That was a certain goal that they gave up, and they're so desperate to get one back. They're going to be hard to come by this afternoon. Clearing kick wasn't 15. Ham's got the kick forward. Mark almost taken. It just fell through the hands of the player up forward there for the Ds.
Uren's been fantastic today.
He's stepped up big time. Certainly going to cop a lot of attention. Doesn't matter who he plays. He'll always cop a bit of a tag, but he's worked his way through it. Cherry as well has been outstanding. There's Jesse Uren. Bounced off Nick Hallow. Running onto this. The kick off the ground from White. And it soccers through. Actually, he may have hit the post, so we'll get a boundary throw in.
possession to Marty as well. Oh, no,
No,
Marty's
no.
mate. Marty's
You
mate.
keep moving. You
Marty's
keep
mate.
missing
They
him.
keep changing over.
We'll get a boundary throw in here. 5 minutes gone, third term. Mitcham 4-8-32. Montrose 1-3-9. Deep in the attack for the Demons. Punch forward there from Garthwaite. And we're going to do it all again. Another boundary throw in.
I think one of the big areas that Mitcham are winning crucial possession is from the stoppage. They're winning basically 2 out of 3 stoppages with possession.
Garthwaite had the front spot, couldn't get it. White somehow got boot to ball, kicks it into the pocket. Big fly over the back there by Tanzimat. He wasn't close enough, and nicely knocked over there by Blake Lee. Boundary throw-in.
I think I need to put a column on for Paul for umpire stats, possessions.
See, someone's thrown their chair away in the background and taken off as it goes towards the top of the goal square. Over the top there, Jenkins laying the tackle. It's not going to be rewarded. He's pleading with the umpire over the top there of Jack Kimber. 10 metres out from goal. Can someone do something miraculous here? Can it be Garthwaite? Knock away. It came through the arms there of Descent. Ball beats all players this time, so it's going to hit the deck once again. It's going nowhere. Rebecca's underneath that one on top of him. Taj Heap.
We'd need a column. We need a column for stoppages, wouldn't we?
Oh, tell me about it.
About probably 50 already.
Yeah, and like I said, I think Mitcham have won out of that stoppages. They've won 2 out of 3 possessions.
Well, here's a chance for them again. They're working backwards to go forward. Potter tried to charge through, got dispossessed. Crampton, little handball. Uren was in there, fresh air shot. Rossetti, the big man, tried to pick it up. White was in there also. Rossetti, another fresh air shot. Couldn't get boot to ball. Tansamat at the bottom of the pack. Uren on top of him. Let's have a ball up. Centre half forward.
They just cannot find any clean ball here, Montrose. Every time they go for the ball, they are being besieged by this Mitcham side.
Here's one for you that deserves a Mars Bar award for the day. Blake Tennant, who came up thinking he hadn't got the microphone, now has 2 microphones. He had the other one in his pocket, and he's grabbed both of them.
That is classic Tennant. That is right up his alley to do that. Turnover here from the Demons. Here's Jesse Smythe, wheels around the right. Set a bit of a shank kick. It actually almost worked out okay to a teammate there in Barnes, who got a kick away to Crampton. Demons under a lot of pressure.
Oh.
White just dropped it. Laid the tackle then on Crampton, who's holding his head. Ball cleared out of defence of the Demons, down the far side on the wing. Well picked up there by Kimber, keeping it in play and going towards half-forward line. Jesse Uren underneath and crashed into by Montrose opponent. Rossetti's kick was smothered, and Cherry ends up with the footy wrapped up by hands. Let's go down to the boundary to Blake Tennant with 2 microphones.
Yes, I've got one at the moment, as you can tell. Yes, I did think that I actually forgot my microphone, but I didn't check my other pocket. So there you go. BWS, I've got your other mic with me now.
Love your work, 2 mics as it comes down to Uren. Slams it on the boot inside. Bouncing football. Lucas Marrow wanted it. And
Whispers and 2 mics.
He's got that many nicknames.
Dueling mics.
Whispers 2 mics, Tennant.
So boundary throwing right in front of the Mitcham super box in the old scoreboard.
Don't worry, Blake. We love you, mate.
Try to throw this one in now. Rossetti, front spot, won the football. Handball to Hams. Quickly met. Ball hits the deck. Bounce it. Keep scores coming in throughout the rest of the day because we want to know what is happening as you go local for your football across the east. Of course, we're on 98.1 Radio Eastern. Ball up now. High tackle almost paid there on Jackson Halo, who
I think he was trying for a free kick there, Halo.
The old Jesus headband on. High throws it up again. Rossetti got the knockdown, meant to play, got dispossessed. Halo of the Jackson variety, little handball out, scramble kick up towards the top of the goal square. Goes across the face of goal and over she goes for a boundary throw in.
Umpire possession.
9 minutes played in this third term. Just starting to get a few nervous Montrose supporters in front of us in the grandstand here after just been a very disappointing day so far. Big tackle laid there in the back line, but as I said, it's only 23 points, so it's just 4 goals. But at the moment, they're finding it difficult just to get forward 50 entries, let alone goals. Mitcham have just played a really strong wet weather footy. Big tackle there laid by Smythe, who copped one hard.
they're finding it nearly impossible to get a clean possession, Brian.
That's right. Just an update, Alex Barton-Smith out for the game as well. I spotted that on the ground before.
Well played. You
Free
can
kick.
see.
Free kick here to the D's. It's advantage. They'll go down looking for Garthwaite. He's got Nicholas to beat. He ends up with a footy. Standing all by himself there is Blake Lee, who can run onto this one. The ball's might just beat him to the boundary line. Manages to keep it in just in time. Gets his kick away before being knocked over by
downfield.
Montrose.
Well, that was silly too.
Yeah,
He already disposed of the ball.
So Jackson Haller will take this downfield, and instead, actually, it will come back to Lee in the back pocket, or we'll get a different decision altogether. We'll get a boundary throwing. Is that right?
Yeah, it was out of bounds, but I don't know.
So there you go. So
yeah, but you're saying it was a free kick
it
regardless.
Should have been a free
yeah.
downfield because it was definitely after it had gone over, he got put down.
Well, Montrose will take this back inside their forward 50 again. Jesse Oren there first, tackled by Heap. Ball into hands of Lovell. Garthwaite wraps him up, 4-8-32, 139. Thanks for joining us today. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube.
Throws it up. Garthwaite worked himself to the front. Uren was in there, little toe poke. Got a valuable 10 metres or so. Oof. Trapping the football was Eels, who copped one high for his troubles. And he will go back, and he's been a bit on and off. He's had a pretty good game for Montrose today, but this might just be beyond him here.
He's probably been one of their better players, BWS,
He definitely has. Yep.
Even though he's probably made a few mistakes, but he's had plenty of mates as well.
And he comes across as like a bit of a helicopter punt, Peter Sumich styles. So we'll see if he can just unload on this one. It was a shocker off the boot, wobbled in towards the forward pocket, but they'll probably take that as a result. Out of bounds as the umpires have a little chit-chat, little chin wag about what happened there.
Well, they're appealing for the out of bounds on the full, but they're not going to get it.
The boundary umpire was a little unsure, which is fair enough.
No, left forward pocket. Middleborough, Maroondah Highway end of the ground out at Walker Park. Come on down and watch the second half. The gates are open and you get it for free. Comes in now Crampton, quickly trapped. Going nowhere, and let's have another ball up.
When they need this 10-minute period, Montrose, to get back into the contest.
Well, they just need a goal desperately. As this one, a chance of Tanzamat throws it on the boot erratically and just a minor score. So 1-4-10 Montrose, Mitcham 4-8-32. And the time just keeps ticking. 12.5 minutes gone, third term. We'll keep you updated with some of those scores around the grounds as we can in this quarter.
They kick the next one, Mitcham. It's almost too much, I would think, the way this game's been played out. To only hold Montrose to one goal, and we're halfway through the third.
Here's a big result out of Heights Reserve, BWS. Mirrabluck 51, Beaconsfield 24.
Oh, Mozambique. Scotty Demetrio will be absolutely thrilled with that. Scoreline as it stands at the moment as Uren drives the ball out. A lot of purchase on that one. It's almost gone all the way out to the wing position here, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
He's probably been the best player on the ground, Uren.
Without a doubt he is.
Well, I'll give mine to Cherry at this stage. I think Cherry's been a little underrated.
Okay. Keep an eye on that one as the umpire throws it in. I don't want to rob anybody of their accolades. As Lovell, it was a good kick in the end. He just took it out of the ruck, pumped it on his boot, and it went all the way inside the 45 in the end. Scrambling kick out, picked upon by Eels on the left boot. Drives his ball long and wide, and too wide it was, in fact, and out of bounds on the full it goes.
Just watching that Montrose player attack the ball, he actually didn't want to go and pick up the ball. He was looking to outmaneuver his opponent, and his intent was just to kick the ball off the ground. I have to question that, because you're not doing your side any justice if you're not going to try and pick up the ball.
Here. The kick goes up towards centre half forward. Pack flies at the fall of the ball. Kick was smothered that time from Curtis. Going in Lovell, dropped it at the crucial stage. And now over the top here's Canny. Got his boot to ball, but it was nicely smothered by Duvallin, who picked it up in the end and threw it away. The umpire saw it as holding the ball as Jesse Cherry was trying to run away with it.
Quick update at Kings Park. Coldstream hit back 52-51. They now lead over Upper Ferntree Gully.
Holy dooly. As it looks like those scores might have changed a little bit from half-time as the kick goes inside forward 50. Well, they certainly have changed, but you know what I mean as the ball goes in towards
May
the
not have been
forward pocket.
updated before.
Garthwaite was in there, picked upon by Rebecca on the right boot, just wanted it out of that danger zone. In position A was Farrell, dropped it, in came Cherry. Nicely done there by Heath. He's been good as well for Montrose. Little handball over the top, trying to trap it, keep it alive. Corey Witchell, over she goes for a boundary throw in.
15 minutes played now in this third term. 4-8-32 to 1-4-10. Thanks for joining us. Will that be Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, the home of local football, or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Great to have you for the broadcast this afternoon. Crampton tried to burst his way through his descent, trying to make an impact. Crampton now again to looking for Cowman. The ball bounces past him. Jesse Smythe is there on that far side. Kicked off the ground in favour of Montrose, looking to get to Watson. May not have had it. It's a boundary throw in either way, and the longer they go without a goal, the harder and harder it's going to get. You just feel like if Mitcham get this next one, that could just break it open, but all it takes is one, Brash. It's just one goal.
Yeah,
one goal and this is back on. It's only 22 points. Back in again. Jesse Uren starting to really stamp his authority on this game. Got it to Jesse Smythe. Went to Don't Argue, and he was caught on the second tackle, holding the ball. Free kick, Montrose. They look to play on straight away. Hands were just standing still. Caught by Cherry, and they've mucked this up royally. Falls into the hands of Smythe. Nothing in front of him. He'll bounce. And he'll go through a goal.
Oh, yeah.
Mitcham 5-8-38. Montrose 1-4-10. 16 minutes played third quarter. An absolute disaster from the Ds. Not sure what they were doing there.
No, they had a brain fade. That's what they did. Their back two had a brain fade. They just couldn't understand. They just didn't understand what they needed to do to get the ball out of their back 50.
Well,
I think they got a bit cute.
They did. Well, I'm not sure Hams was expecting a handball. He was standing flat-footed, and just a bad mistake, and that's going to make it hard. 28 points in these conditions.
Another contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
That was well thought out there by Smythe, because he sort of knew that there was no one in front of him, no one in front of goal for him.
They just can't find an avenue to goal, can they?
No.
Another chance now. Little kick off the ground by Laurie. Haven't heard his name too much as it goes in towards the Garthwaite direction. Little kick off the ground. They're working their way forward here, the Ds. Handball out. Quick kick goalward by Garthwaite. Galbraith, and it goes through. So that's the quick answer. All of a sudden, they've got what they're after, and all of a sudden that might be able to just give them a little bit of something, a little bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence is what they've been screaming for, Wayne Brasher, and the margin, well, it comes back. It's still a very handy 22 points. How about some stats that matter on the stats centre, Paul Yaconi?
Yeah, the inside 50s in this quarter are 7-5 the way of Montrose. The clearances are 7-3 the way of Montrose, and the tackles are 10-8 the way of Montrose. So at the moment it's all Montrose, but can they
capitalise?
Yes,
that's right.
That's what I was looking for.
Back to 22 points here at Walker Park. Big collision in the middle. Hams went down, fell out the back. Big tackle laid. Lovell got the handball forward. A free kick's being paid. Is going to come back here towards the Tigers. Out at centre half forward. We'll look to just send this forward, Crampton.
Oh.
And I don't know what happened there. I think he was called to play on, so just got his kick away. Haller the big tackle.
I think he's just stepped off the line, and there was a player behind him, so he was able to actually put that pressure on to get to force the error of the kick.
That's right.
But a bit stiff as well, I would have thought.
I thought so a little bit. Lovell got the tap down. Cherry first to it. Wrapped up in a tackle, and we'll get another ball up. 18 coming up to 19 minutes gone, third term. 5-8-2-4, Mitcham leading. Out here at the MCG of the East, they've been very good so far. Very undermanned coming into this game. Nick Hallow, Hams for the Ds. Tried to get a kick away. Bit of a scrap on this footy, and we'll get another stoppage.
It's almost like the Mitcham of old, when they're under siege off the field with a playing group, they just seem to find another gear, and that's the
backs
culture.
against the wall sort of type scenarios. This kick out from White might come back with Hallow there. So's Carney and Rebecca trying to come into this one. Going forward, their Hams. Get another stoppage again outside the forward 50 for the Tigers.
Paul Yaconi at the Stat Centre.
The stat setter at the moment is 7 to 4 clearances to way of Montrose.
Nicely done there, barging his way
Great
through
tackle.
and getting pulled off. It was Ryan Long's best on ground, Jesse Cherry. Meant to play, handball quickly off, and now the D's, who want a couple of late ones just to breathe some life back into this game. Over the back here, here's Tanzimat, who has tried really hard, paddled it to his advantage, handball over the top. It was clever enough in the end. Quick kick by Watson inside forward 50, charging out there is the big man in Ryan Garthwaite. Handball over the top. It was good enough. He might get it back here, and as the handball went awry, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
2 or 3 really good plays there, but they just didn't capitalise in the end. As I'm told to add another goal.
Just less talky, more touchy. Sorry, Lee. It comes out now. I don't know what to say there. We'll just restart it.
Last time you were here, you made another comment about a different ground, but we won't go there either.
The D. That was hilarious. Did not realise what I'd said there. It comes out now. Lucas Marrow, handball over the top. Strong tackle, Duvalin. Yeah, that's funny. Ball up again. Bailey White handing the ball back to the umpire. Interested to see what Blake Tennant makes all of this as we hit the second half of this third term. What it's like down on ground level, we'll go down to him shortly. It's a quick kick up by Montrose up towards the half-forward line. It was knocked away. It was a 1-on-3 situation, but they might win out here. But just the effort by the Tigers, once again, the will to win the football. In the arms there of Barnes. Over the top, it was Scrambley. He made Potter really work for that, but he might get it back here, Barnes. Potter handball couldn't link up well enough, so a chance now for meant to play of Montrose kicking towards the middle. Cherry copped one high. The umpire said play on Taj. Heap has him wrapped up in a heap, and we'll have a ball up as we cross down to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just answering your question, BWS, what would you want? You asked me a question.
I just wanted to know what it was like down there at the moment. What do you want?
It's a bit cloudy sort of conditions down here, BWS, but I think no rain, so that's probably your bonus bet there, BWS.
Probably more going for what the feel of like is by the players on the field and those around you. Is it what's it like down at Montrose at the moment? You've been very quiet.
What is the vibe at the Montrose camp at the moment?
Oh well, I think they're just getting they're trying to do what Mitcham are trying to do, but it's not all about them today. It's more what Mitcham's doing with the footy. They're too worried about that at the moment, Montrose.
Kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Garthwaite in the back spot. Geordie Nagel riding him like a glove today, Wayne Brasher.
I've also had to go on up to the box twice because of the mic incident, and then my battery's running out at BWS, so I actually haven't seen much of this third quarter.
And I noticed that because you are still puffing.
I'm not puffing at the moment, BWS.
Hang on, there's been 22 minutes in the quarter, and it took him 2 minutes to get the batteries.
Well, Montrose will go forward now. This will be their best opportunity. Nice. A mark on the chest here. And they're going to line up for goal number 3, their second in a row, if they can kick this. And a big opportunity there.
And they need it too. They really do need another goal, back to back.
It's Ty Galbraith that will line up. Well and truly in his range. Not much of an angle. Probably kicking from about 30, 35 out.
I'm backing him in.
He's got one already this quarter. Looking for goal number 2 and get this game back to 16 points and give the D's a bit of a spark. Galbraith, kick on the way, hits the post, and that was one they really needed. 2-5-17 to Mitcham, 5-8-38. 24 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Sometimes it's just not your day, is it?
Got some AFL scores going down there, Paul. You seem like you're really enthralled in this game. As the kick goes out towards the wing position now. Got to have some fun when the game's low scoring like this.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for you to get me back at any time, Paul. Don't worry. As the kick goes inside forward 50, it's a gimme. Garthwaite, the big fly, over the back trying to claim it there. Umpire said no play on. It was a silly option in the end. Could have been dangerous as trying to barge his way through. Just sent. Somehow got the ball out. Strong tackle in there. Umpire's going to come in and bounce this one. It's only just outside the goal square.
Mustangs have a handy lead at three-quarter time. 8-4 to Beaconsfield, 3-7.
Nice work by the Catfish today out at Muzza B as the umpire throws it up. Garthwaite, you'd expect him to take it out of the ruck, which is exactly what he did. Descent, trying to get boot to ball. He's not getting through that pride of Tigers. And another ball up.
Mooroolbark fans will be hoping the Tigers get done today because that will bring them within a game. Their percentage not great, but they'll keep them final chances alive as the D's look to get one back through Watson. Goes towards the centre of the forward 50 off the ground there, Laurie. And tapping that through very quickly there was Hamish Gill for a minor score. 2-6-18 Montrose, Mitcham 5-8-38, 25 and a half minutes played third term. Can't be much longer in this third quarter.
No, I think it'll probably go about 26, 27 minutes.
Kick goes out towards the Smythe direction, who was being held off the football. Rossetti just getting a little bit on the jumper and made his way to the front to take the mark, but the umpire was right there to see that one. So Smythe.
Just play their percentages here, Smythe. Don't do anything silly.
Kicked a cracking goal not too long ago. Just banged it on his boot, left boot from 50 and watched it wobble its way in. See Nick Halo just screaming for the short one. That's ignored. So the kick goes up and under. Low percentage, but, gained valuable meterage. Over she goes. Jessie Cherry sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Right in front of us, right in front of Megan Green, the best in the business when it comes to camera work and following the football. No doubt about that from LKLM Media. Knock over the back there. Nicely done. Crampton just put his body on the line. We'll go after it again. Diving down low, there was Curtis. Hands and knees football. Came out Uren. Somehow got his boot to ball. Only went about 5 metres, and the quick scrambling kick up towards Rossetti for Montrose. Charging through. Handball by Galbraith. Couldn't quite hit the target. Strong tackle by Darcy Laurie. Not going anywhere, Nick Halo, and we'll have another ball up. True centre wing position out here at the G of the East.
Yes, they can't be much longer in this third term. Still only 20 points, so D's are not out of this, particularly if they can get one late one before three-quarter time to give them a bit of a spark into this last quarter. Got to be impressed with the Tigers' efforts today. A lot of players out of that side. That back line is decimated at the moment. Jackson Glossop was the latest out, the co-captain.
Do you reckon it might be? I reckon put Garthwaite up to centre half forward. See if he can generate. See if they can direct some traffic through him up the ground a bit more.
Yeah, potentially a move. Just hasn't had many opportunities.
No,
Ball hasn't gone down there very often.
What's going to be telling at three-quarter time is how much pull Blake Tennant has when he goes and approaches Gary Ayres.
That's going to be good to see. Ball brought back into play. Jesse Uren was tackled by Heap, and the Demons win out. Going towards Garthwaite. Lovell came in there, did very well. Got the tap down. We're going to get another stoppage. As we go down to that man.
We're going to find out.
2 Mike's Tennant.
No, I know it's not a one-sided game, but I'd like to see if he wanted to point at the scoreboard like he did in that video I saw a couple of weeks ago, but I don't think he'll be pointing at the scoreboard. I think he'll be fired up instead of that.
Well, I haven't seen this video that you're
it was on a flashback. It was on a Richmond v Adelaide flashback when Gary Ayres was at Adelaide. So watch it if you can, boys, if you have time.
One from Blake's private collection.
It's a dream sequence.
Clips somewhere, but that is the three-quarter time siren, and it is Mitcham 5-8-38, leading the Demons 2-6-18, commanding 20-point lead in tough conditions. They are in a very strong spot. I don't know what's going on at the moment. There's a few words said between a few players. It looks very vocal out there as they both seem to make their way off to their separate rooms. There's just a bit going on at the moment. Just see this through, just making sure there's someone having a few words with the Montrose boys. I don't know who that is, but he needs to get out of the area.
Yeah, leave it alone.
Let's go down to the goal kickers, BWS.
All singles across the board. Lucas Marrow, Nathan Crampton, Jesse Uren, Jesse Smythe and Bailey Cowman have singles for Mitcham, whilst it's still only 2 goal kickers, Ryan Garthwaite and Ty Galbraith for Montrose. Can the Tigers hold on for another 30 minutes? They came in as big underdogs today, but they're doing a fantastic effort, leading by 20 points. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 3 down, 1 to go. We'll be back just after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, Looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park. Match of the round. Eastland match of the round, Mitcham versus Montrose, Division 1 clash. The Tigers at three-quarter time, 5-8-38, lead Montrose 2-6-18, 20-point lead. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Wayne Brasher, Paul Uconi, Ben Warren Smith down at the boundary at the moment, Blake Tennant down at the Montrose huddle. We'll speak to Gary Ayres shortly. Brash, but firstly, big surprise. If you came into this game, you looked on paper, Mitcham, it's a very depleted list at the moment at both ends of the ground. Midfield quite strong still, but their pressure and their intent, their want for the football has been first class.
And that comes from within. It comes from within the player itself, right, to want to have an impact on the contest. And that's exactly what Mitcham come out. I don't think it's been a siege mentality type thing, Ryan, but I think it's just the fact that they realise the position that they're in, and look, they really want to make a statement, and they're doing that so far. I'm not seeing it. Blake, what have you got for me, my friend?
Yeah, just down here with Montrose Senior Coach Gary Ayres here. Gary, your message at the three-quarter time break was to be a bit more patient, you would say. Is that sort of the approach you're going to bring to this last quarter?
Yeah, it's got to be, Blakey. We're also trying to be controlled fast with the play because I think, again, we identified before the game their midfield's really, really strong, and I reckon they've just been a bit better than us in that area. And, of course, then we've made a couple of blues, and it's only obviously 5 goals to 2, but they've just been able to hit the scoreboard and play the moments just a little bit better.
Do you feel like you're falling a little bit into their plan more than, what you're trying to bring? It kind of seems like that way.
Oh, we've tried not to, but of course then we get a free kick inside our forward 30 and then we give away a free to the opposition. We're having a shot for goal. So just a little bit of that too. But, you got to give credit to them, mate. They've probably just beaten us, I think, round the midfield.
No worries. Gary, enjoy the last quarter.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant down on the boundary with Gary Ayres, the senior coach of the Montrose Football Club.
Just getting back, I would have liked to have seen Gary make a move, and like I said in that last quarter, and put Garthwaite up to centre half forward and maybe just see if they can direct some traffic through them, especially if they can if they can start winning the ball in the midfield a little bit.
Certainly right. So we're back for the fourth quarter here. Lovell and unable to get the tap out there. Instead, it's Descent who wants to tap it forward to Hams, wrapped up by two Tigers. 10 seconds into this final term. Muddling up all my words. Been one of those days. As Lovell gets the tap down to Nick Haller, wrapped up by Descent. And we'll get a secondary ball up back in the middle.
And there's an upset brewing down at Cherry Road this afternoon. Vermont, three-quarter time lead by 21 points. 7-10 to 4-7.
We'll see if they can hold on there as Mitcham looked to hold on here at Walker Park, which would be a famous victory for him. Cherry got it forward. Mark almost taken, just slipped out of the hands there of Sanderson. A chance off the ground, and it's through for a goal. And the Tigers are one step closer to a massive win here at Walker Park. And that was a fantastic finish.
Number 2, I reckon.
And was it Marrow again?
I think it was.
And it was too. Lucas Marrow. A fantastic finish off the ground. BWS 6-8-44 the Tigers, 2-6-18 Montrose. That's going to make it tough.
It's going to make it very tough. I was out at Neil Winterden and the huddle at three-quarter time, and how could you not be impressed with the way the Tigers have played today? The midfield has been absolutely sensational. The clear message was they're going to take the game on. They're going to roll the dices and to not let them get any clear space. Just keep that pressure on it. Run this game out as they barge their way forward. Again, inside forward 50. Almost a strong mark there at ground level to Smythe. Couldn't quite pull it in. Ball hits the deck. We'll have a ball up. And I tell you what, another one comes down. It's all over. If it isn't already, I think.
The next one.
They got to do some work on Cherry and Uren.
The next
sensational game they played, and the big man Lovell has been sensational as well today. As it comes down, knock around by Cherry across the face of goal. Probably an okay result. They'll take that. It might eventually bounce out. Chasing after it, Farrell sees it over. She goes.
There comes a time where there's a point of no return. The next goal is the point of no return.
Well, that's it, isn't it? One more would do it.
It's going to take a lot when you've only kicked 2 goals for 3 quarters of football to then triple that score to take the lead. It's almost insurmountable as I would see it as it comes out now, but we've seen funnier things in football and we saw it a couple of weeks ago as well. Yep. So we won't write anyone off until it's legit.
Remember the day at the Basin 2 years ago, that raining day, and Ringwood stormed home with 4 goals in that last quarter. Lee hated that day because the internet connection was bad there, and we're never going back to Batterham and all this. But it was.
Internet. We had there was a river running through the middle of the 2 gazebos we had taped together.
Oh yes.
I don't think I've ever been out to the Bear Cave, and I'm pretty glad about that.
No, you were there.
Was I there?
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, you rode your motorised.
Oh, that's right. The scooter. That's right.
And it ran out of juice halfway there.
Yes,
you had to get an Uber.
I did. Oh my God, I love that scooter so much. It's in storage at the moment as the umpire brings the ball back into play.
What, you need $12,000 to replace the battery, do you?
Kick off the ground, stolen by Uren, who slams it on his boot inside forward 50. What can they conjure here? Back there was Staples, got the handball away, timely. Kick goes up the wing position. Beats all players. Getting a little knock on there was Descent. Little kick off the ground. It comes into the arms now of Heap. Had to use the opposite. Goes in towards the forward pocket. Garthwaite on the right boot. Can he be tricky here? He can't be tricky. He got it to the top of the goal square where it was knocked through for one behind. They can't buy a goal at the moment, the Montrose Football Club, and they need to pull out the wallet and get a couple, that's for sure. 4 minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Final term out here and a 25-point lead to the home side.
Blackbird 69, Berwick 23.
Jesse Wren clearing that kick out. Thanks, Brash. We'll keep those scores coming in this final term. Montrose go back inside 50 again. Another chance for them. Handball forward was cut off. Tigers look to escape their back half. Bouncing footy and looking towards the boundary line. The other thing as well is the scoreboard. As the longer those minutes tick by, the less chance Montrose have. So we're just about ready to call it. Tigers are in control.
Roval 85, Norwood 30, South Croydon 51, Noble Park 23.
The Dogs back in control in that one. That top 5's looking very interesting with Vermont. Also, here's the Weasel. Almost a big mark there by Smythe. He'll fly every time he gets a chance. Marrow, socket off the ground. Out in defence there. It's a lot of pressure. And look who's coming. Crampton's chasing Gardole, and Gardole just
didn't want it.
Went right for the boundary line.
He didn't want it.
In the AFL, that'd be pinged.
Oh, Gonski. No doubt about that. Well, 29-point lead to Muralbark over Beaconsfield. Catfish has just said it's a 9-minute mark of the fourth quarter.
Baronia 39, Templestowe 26.
Weird game, that one.
Yeah.
Similar to this.
Croydon 74, the Basin 12.
Eventually, the ball comes back into play. Charging through there was Halo of the Nick variety. Through the head back at Joel Selwood Styles. It's Jackson, sorry. And he will go back, and if he can put this one through, and he's only 25 out, slide angle. Listen to the roar of the Tiger Army go up for this one.
Well, been disappointed. There's been no roar on the actual speakers today, which I've actually would have been quite disappointed.
I did find out Gavin was he had other duties. He was emceeing down the ladies' day downstairs. So.
Heathmont 36, Ringwood 16, and Mulgrave 66, Lilydale 36.
Jackson Halo comes in now. We're right behind him here on the broadcast. The crowd will tell the story. He winds on up, and he makes no mistake. It's going to be a Tiger victory out here at Walker Park today. 6 minutes go on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and they get their 7-8-50 to 2-7-19.
Yeah, look, that's I think that's a really reward for effort. Mitcham have worked hard in these 3 quarters to nullify whatever influence Montrose were going to have on the contest, and now they're starting to reap rewards because of it. They've opened up, they've kicked the opening couple of goals in the last quarter, and they've basically put the game to bed now.
Oh, absolutely. What is it now? 31 points. They're not coming back from that. The D's. White.
Free kick to someone.
Free kick going towards Montrose. So we'll come back to Bailey White back in the middle of the ground. No advantage paid.
Waverley Blues 60, East Burwood 28.
East Burwood done for the year now. That would probably put him out of calculations.
Who did Spider tip?
They actually tipped Waverley, surprisingly. Okay. White goes inside 50. Tigers with 3-on-1 here. Ball falls out to Crampton, who's been quite good himself. And that kick, it's either going to be out of bounds on the full. It will be. So Montrose will take this. 7 minutes gone. 7-8-50 to 2-7-19. Brush has some more scores.
Div 3, Donvale 79, Warrandyte 18.
Just go with the one then as it comes up now. Rossetti was a big flyer, but he didn't pull down the mark. That was his teammate there in Bailey White, I think, has taken that one. He has.
Sylvan 68, Ferntree Gully 53, Surrey Park 57, Knox 46, Upper Gully 60, Coldstream 67.
Ooh. Keep a close eye on that one, Mr. Brusher. As Bailey White, player of his ilk, should probably put this one through. Distance isn't a problem, and the accuracy certainly is. And he gets the Bronx cheers from the Mitcham faithful as well, as that one goes through for one behind. That makes 8 now for them on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 2-8-20. 5 straight goals they trail by. There's been a lot of misses today from both sides. 7-8-50 Mitcham.
Fresh, what do you think about Montrose's performance? Do you put it to just an off day, or do you think they've come in a little complacent, knowing that Mitcham have got a lot of outs? This has been a really disappointing result from a Montrose perspective.
I don't think it's been complacency, Ryan. I just think that Mitcham understand where they are, and they wanted to make a statement. I guess you can...
Here's a chance for them. They might finally get one in Tanzimat.
Got it.
And there it is. There's their third. 3-8-26 to Mitcham, 7-8-50. 8.5 minutes gone fourth quarter. To quote Brett Beston, every comeback starts somewhere. I think I've heard him say that probably 85 times for the last 4 years, and I hope he's doing very well at home. He's under the weather at the moment. Yeah, looking forward to getting him back.
The thing with that goal, then, the crowd completely missed it. They only went off when the umpire signalled it.
Boundary.
Go on, Blake.
Yeah, I think we also need to give a special mention to Jared, who's also doing the European summer. So,
he's not sick. He's on holidays.
Quick kick forward this time by Carney. And standing in position A. And taking it on the chest is as easy as you like in the end. Mackay Sanderson. And just when Montrose thought maybe there's a sniff, maybe there's something, the Tigers get the clearance, as they have done many times today. And it'll be a shot on goal from Sanderson, who's taking a fair old runner. There's no doubt about that. Starts it almost in the middle of the ground.
Kilsyth 82, Nunawading 28.
Yep, Sanderson, stay strong, brash, because the kick was gun barrel straight. Don't ruin a highlight as the kick goes through for a goal. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 10 minutes tick over in the final term. And that's all she wrote now. It's going to be too hard. It'll be one of the biggest comebacks of all time. Back to a 5-goal lead. More scores, Brash?
Yeah, Scoresby 39, Churnside Park 47. Latest update from Moorbark, the Stangs are up by 34 points, 9 minutes into the last quarter.
So, Moorbark, as good as that win will be for them, they'll be pretty disappointed that they'll still be basically 3 games outside the 5 due to percentage, because the Tigers are going to get home here. They're 5 goals up, 10 minutes gone in the last term. Back in the middle again. Lovell got the tap down. Crampton, who's been very good.
I just can't remember calling a Mitcham game and them losing for like however long. They really step up for a broadcast game, and we talked it up at the start of the game what they had to do to win the game. They did just that, and none of us picked them.
Well, look, I never thought coming in today that Mitcham would be 5 goals up 10 minutes in the last quarter. Having the look of the two sides, I thought this was a big chance of Montrose to continue their form in recent weeks, but they've been very impressive, the Tigers. Jesse Uren, the clearance forward, cut off here by Witchell, who looks towards the boundary line on the wing, looking for Hams. Picked up nicely by Duvalin, got the handball over the top. And a big collision there. I'm not sure who that was, but he's able to come up very nicely. 56-26.
We're heading for our lowest score in Premier Division this afternoon.
What do we got, Brash?
We got
Donny East?
Donny East and East Ringwood, 1 goal apiece.
It's still at that score. It's not going to be true, but, you know, who knows? Let's face it. Far cry different from the earlier game in the season that you went and watched, Brash, between those two sides.
Very much so.
Umpire Brad Pulley throws it up. Sting's going to really quickly go out of this game. 12 minutes gone in this last quarter. Any stats that matter on the stats centre, Paul Ucani?
Yeah, in this quarter, Mitcham are winning the clearances 5-1.
Park Orchards look like they're heading for victory again. 14-11-95. North Ringwood 7-8-50.
Another stoppage. Any more, Brash?
Not at the moment. There's not a lot of updating happening.
Pye throws it up now. Big knock that time by Lovell into the middle. Here's Cherry. Little chip kick. Crampton was clever enough to get the knock on here. Nicely done. Barnes on the right boot. Goes inside forward 50. And it was a scrambly kick, but he had the right idea to kick it into that forward 50, about 25 metres out. And it lucks a fortune in the end, because standing in front which is what was asked of his players by Neil Winterton at 3/4 time. Be in front, win the contest. Yep. That's what's going to happen. The kicks aren't going where they're supposed to today, and it wasn't going to change for the net last quarter, is what his message was. Standing in front, Bailey Cowman will go back and have a ping, the painted man, for his second of the afternoon.
They've probably played the perfect wet weather football game this afternoon, Mitcham.
Yep.
They've done exactly everything that you should do when you're playing these conditions.
So Bailey Cowman kicked a goal in the second term. He'll come in now, just crossed the 45. He keeps it low, but he pushed it right and through for a minor score. So Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 14 minutes are about to tick over by the time the ball comes back into play. And it is a 31-point lead to the home side. Mitcham 57, Montrose 26. 98.1 Radio Eastern and YouTube and Facebook around the globe this afternoon.
Big in the context of their season. That really puts their chances for a double chance at the end of the season alive for the Tigers. They'll draw level with potentially Beaconsfield and Montrose as this ball comes out the back there. Handball from Potter. They link up, going down. It's a cut-off. A big mark almost taken there by Kimber. Wasn't able to hold on to it, so we're getting another ball up on that far side. 8-9 to 3-8.
Boundary.
And Kimber looks quite sore down there. Blake Tennant on the boundary, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
I think it's a Montrose player. I believe it might be Geordie Nagel. I think it.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Yes.
I was looking at there's 2 plays down. You're right behind play, and I'm not sure if you saw what happened and where that.
No, it was fast motion. Unfortunately, boys couldn't tell what.
Well, it actually looks quite bad. Yeah, that's calling for the stretcher. So we're going to get a bit of a hold in play here, which would be a good chance to go around the grounds at some of those scores.
None of those scores have updated since I last spoke there,
Brush.
Ryan. Unfortunately.
Brush, I do have an East Ringwood Doncaster East score, but it's half time though.
What was it?
19-17 at half time.
Right, Doncaster East favourite?
In favour of who, mate?
Doncaster East were up by 2 points at half time.
Oh, they're home.
I think so too.
If you can, boys, check the socials of the clubs. They might have put something up there. That's where I got it off. But if now that we've got time,
socials, you can go through them.
That's all right. I've got a reliable source. My camera operator there will give us a score when he's done.
Isn't that Hardy's job? He likes going through the socials and trolling them.
He is trolling them.
Who's that?
Scott Hardy.
Scotty Hardy.
Yeah.
He loves those. He loves that sort of thing.
You're not a Facebook guy?
Scobes.
Yeah, no, that's.
Is that his
Josh.
name? Scobes? Is that
No,
his
that's
nickname?
Josh.
That's on WhatsApp. That's what.
Yeah. It's like, who is that?
Who's the guy with the beard? I think that's what you said a few weeks ago. You hadn't been around for a while, so understand.
He's a ripping guy, actually. Did a good job that day. It was a good ripping game out at Waverley as we reminisce on a fortnight's gone by.
I mean, look, the way this game is panned out, you'd almost swear, Ryan, that Montrose may be a bit of a dry weather side. They don't seem to play well under these conditions.
Well, I guess it's one of those things that we haven't had many wet weather days this year, so this is probably their first real look at it this season. So we'll find out. But I think Mitcham, we probably knew they were suited to the sort of these sort of conditions.
There's already a stretcher out there, though, so I don't know if they're...
Currently on a stretcher at the moment, it looks like. So we'll keep you updated.
I believe it's Geordie Nagel, boys. I believe it is.
We'll go ask your mates at the bench, mate.
Okay.
I don't think he wants to go down there.
We don't want him puffed out again before the end of the game.
He's wants to hang around the Tiger bench, I think, today.
So how we... Okay, who do you think... Who are we looking at so far in our best players for both sides? I mean, Uren's obviously a standout for me, along with...
Cherry. I've been big on the Cherry train.
Yeah, the midfield's been sensational, all of them, to be honest.
Crampton's had a good game.
Yeah.
Halo's been good.
Yep.
I think down back, Riley Nicholas has done a super job. Full back. Let's go to Blake Tennant.
Yes, it is Geordie Nagel, number 15 for Montrose.
Nice work, mate. You always back yourself in.
Always.
Up too, so that's good.
Yeah, I think for Montrose, I think Descent's tried hard. I think Eels has gone out of it a little bit in the second half, but he was strong in the first half. Galbraith's had his moments in the...
I think Taj Heap's been okay as well for them today.
And probably Kyle Staples, I think's done
Staples was quite good in that first
so, I mean,
half.
I think it's... I don't think we've...
Can't see any Montrose players getting in the vote today.
No.
And I'm thinking if you're looking for... There's probably only two players that have played 4 quarters. I reckon Cherry and Uren.
I think Lachlan Curtis, he might be eligible for our under-19s.
Yep.
I think he's been really good today, and he got a big rap from the coach at 3/4 time.
Done a superb job on Brad Watson, who hasn't really been cited this afternoon, and Watson's clearly one of the best in the competition in this division. So to come into the side and do a number on him, that's going
to be hard to get back in this side. For some players.
Well, there's a lot of players who are sitting in the grandstand at the moment, sitting down there nearby the coach's box, who'll just be looking through, maybe through the twos, a few of them.
Well,
Send Jake through the twos.
But that's but to be honest with you, that's I know they've got a lot of players out, but that's exactly what you want. You know, coming into the back half of the season, these guys that know that have been regular senior players know that they're going to have to perform to get their spot back in, and that's exactly what you need when you're going into a final series.
That's right. So play to resume now on that far side. We've gone 19 minutes into the last quarter, and it's Mitcham 57 to Montrose 26 if you're just joining us in the Eastland match of the round.
I reckon we've probably got to go another 12 to 14 minutes here, Ryan.
Yeah, we definitely were stopped there for at least 5 minutes. Jesse Uren caught before he got rid of it. Montrose now a chance to go forward themselves. Jesse, I think that was Hallow actually that got underneath and almost stole that one in defence.
Boundary.
The boundary line beats everyone. Let's go down to the boundary thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Yeah, I think it's time they might actually have to get the lights on here, boys.
Very
and
dark, isn't it?
It is. It's very dark down here. Almost need kind of the yellow balls sort of thing. I know these cars, as you said, BWS, they'll turn it on and hopefully get some see the footage a bit better.
Do we know what happened to Nagel?
I haven't found out. I'm not sure yet.
You got one job, Blake. Head on down, mate. Ball's gone forward and through for one behind, but we hope he's okay. I think that's more importantly is what we're wanting to know down there.
Yeah,
but it doesn't look great. It's not often that you see a player get carried off on a stretcher that takes every bit of 6 or 7 minutes as well. So they're obviously taking taking a lot of care with moving him off the ground. So we do hope that Nagel is okay. Geordie, as the kick goes out now, so wide goes. Kick goes up and under and out of bounds on the full eventually coming in through. Very stiff there, Kyle Staples. Just threw his head back in disbelief as that sort of happened. As once again that man, Uren, who's really stepped up to the plate as skipper.
Don't forget there's a cost of living crisis too, Blake. Just can't afford to put the lights on willy-nilly, mate.
Willy-nilly.
They were on at South Croydon this morning for the women's.
Yeah, I know, but they've probably got a bit more money.
That's what Premier Division does. Gives you a bit more in the coffers, doesn't it, Brash?
Yeah, it does.
Ball to be brought back in. It is dark, though. It's really dark.
That's right.
Yeah, but they probably think it's not worth it for 8 minutes. It won't warm up in 8 minutes.
Well, they're all over in the super box. No one wants to go and turn the switch on. As the kick goes up towards about 25 metres out, can they snag another one here? Marek was in there, quickly wrapped up, and Sting's gone completely out of this game. The interest is below zero almost.
An update through the Instagram. Upset. Wanty South have won their first game of the season, 40 points.
Boundary.
Cross down to Blake.
Yeah, ambulance has been called from the trainers, and he's next in not a good state. That's the problem with the injury there.
Great stuff, mate. So ball's thrown up now. Quick kick forward by Cherry. Couldn't quite put it through. Minor score is the result. 22 gone. We know this quarter's going to go every bit of 32.
At least the Eastern Football League treat head injuries as sacrosanct, not like other competitions I know.
So the kick in finds a target for the D's, 8-10 to 3-9. They look to go down the line. Big pack of players side, just punched out of mid-air. Descent finds it, got off to Staples. Staples goes towards a teammate, but it's turned over into the hands of Jackson Hallow, who's been quite impressive himself today. Looking for Duvalin, bouncing footy. Able to keep it in there, doing very nicely there. That was Gill, big fly. Marked, almost taken, did a 360, got a handball forward. And that was almost a big chance for him. Cowman got the handball off. Right in the pocket there, Sanderson.
There's some real tired legs out there now. They just can't boot the ball, really.
There he is. There it certainly is. 23 minutes gone in this final term. 8-10-58 Mitcham, 3-9-27 Montrose. It's going to be a big win for the Tigers. And with Beaconsfield, if they've lost that game, depending on percentage, they might make a big jump up the ladder. Descent looking to clear this out for the Demons. Over the top of the head, just worked out very nicely there for Heap. Just couldn't quite control it. Garthwaite comes in, throws his body around, pushes off an opponent in Nicholas, and Descent underneath it all. And we'll get a ball up again.
I reckon, Nick, Jackson Halo's probably played the perfect aggressor today, right, without, he's just sort of ruffled a few feathers, and I reckon it's just flown Montrose a little bit off cue here.
Uran kicks it across the face. I've got the numbers. Rebecca just got a little something. It wasn't a handball, but it came in his way. Goes up towards centre half forward. They're trying to work themselves inside the forward 45 at the moment, the Tigers, but they're going nowhere. Kimber's on the bottom of the deck, and we'll have another ball up. 30 points is the margin. Game is done and dusted. The stoppage in this last quarter as Geordie Nagel has gone off on a stretcher. I believe he's copped one very high and being very cautious about the neck vertebrae area, and he's off to hospital, so we wish him all the best, and he's certainly in our thoughts. As Lovell gets the handball away now, throwing his head back there was Jackson Halo, and he's received the free kick as well. He's pretty clever at doing that. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of players who do that sort of action. The short passes on, it was went awry in the end. So chance for Montrose just to get that clearing kick out, and the mark has been taken by Brad Watson, who's been very quiet today. Squeezed a kick across to Descent. It's been serviceable for Montrose. Descent usually is as well, as the kick goes in towards the middle. Pack forms, and it's just the pride of Tigers everywhere, really. Little handball over the top. Can they work their way forward? Eventually the kick goes inside forward 50, but it's equal to how many Tigers were in the middle. There was plenty of Devils sitting in the back half there for Montrose that time as the kick goes up, and a bit of holding against Bailey White that time, going the way of the Tigers. Any more final scores coming
I've got a big one out of Fair Park Reserve. Fair Park 81, Oakley District 72. Lions have knocked them off.
Oh, doing it Fair Park style. We like that one as the kick goes forward. Bouncing football for Mitcham, and through it goes for another behind.
Well, Fair Park have been working themselves into some form of late, so that's really good for them. That's 2 on the trot for them now.
I'd just about be giving up on Oakley this season.
They've been terrible this year, Oakley.
Yeah, they have. So Montrose to clear this one out of defence. Long down in towards the middle of the ground. Lovell flies. Descent picked it up nicely. Read it well. The bouncing ball inside 50 has a chance for a player here in Laurie to run onto it. Kicked it towards himself. Handballed over the top of his head. Tigers have got the numbers though. Big tackle away. They'll be holding the ball. And a chance here for the D's to get one back in the last couple of minutes.
20 minutes into the last quarter down at Cherry Road. Vermont hanging on 7-10 to Baldwin 6-10.
Oh.
So it's getting close.
Baldwin undefeated coming into that game. A chance here for Montrose to get one back. And that's a great finish there by Daniel Frithon. He gets his first, and the D's get their 4th of the day. 4-9-33 to 8-11-59 Mitcham. 27-point lead for the Tigers coming into the last couple of minutes here out at Walker Park. What a win it's going to be for them, though. It's a fantastic performance, all-round performance. The under-19s have been impressive, Brush, and that's your future of your club if you can keep them there. They're undefeated. Or not undefeated, they've had one loss, but in their 19s, they're still on top of the ladder. So that's probably shows you that you're not just bringing anyone into the side, you're bringing some high-quality kids. And they're all playing different roles, and they've done them well. Back in the middle it goes. Tap down here from the D's. Bit of a scrap as Watson gets a kick forward. Chance for Hams. Hams towards the top of the square. They might be able to get another late one. Ball, bit of a scrap here. Laurie handballed it over the top of his head. Bouncing footy. Doing very nicely there. Could have been a turnover, though, falling into the hands of Rossetti. Got it off to Heap. Heap puts it up towards the top of the square again. Chance for a big fly. No mark taken. Ball hits the deck. And we'll get another stoppage. Coming up to 28 minutes gone.
Boundary.
Does it go down to the boundary thanks to Tobin Brothers, Blake Tennant?
Yes, just heard a little whisper that there could be a guard of honour for Marty for his 2000th game after this.
That'd be good to see.
We don't hasn't been confirmed yet. Just heard some whispers going around.
Whispers from the whisperer.
There you go. 2 Mike's Tennant. He's had a big day today. A lot of walking up and back of the grandstand, getting microphones and whatnot. As Nick Hallow clears this one out for the Tigers down the line. Out the back there is Smythe, the Weasel. Got it off to Lovell running past. Didn't quite collect it. He'll run in and collect this one. Almost just ran over his teammate there in Marek. And we'll get a stoppage at half forward line. And that must be the big positive as well for the Tigers, is that you know you've got a lot of troops to come back in the side next week, or potentially the next couple of weeks as the lights turn on, and that makes it a lot easier to call now. But I could not see anything. I had this call off the screen. Big tackle laid there by Marrow. Who, Brash, he had a milestone game early in the season. Since he's come back in the side, he's been able to keep it, and he's been able to contribute each week.
Yeah, that's the important thing. You know, you're just going to make a contribution. Doesn't matter, even 1%ers. They really count at certain times of the game.
Absolutely right. As we get another ball up. Actually, it's a free kick here going towards the D's. Watson will take this one. Hasn't it been his day in that kick? Out the back is Barnes. Got the tap down. Looking for Marrow. He wraps up his opponent in a tackle there. Any update out of Baldwin just yet?
No.
We're hanging on that final result.
Yep. We're into the 23rd minute there down at Cherry Road, or Balwyn Vizzy Park, I should call it.
Balwyn Vizzy Park. With a ball up here outside 50 for the Tigers. Heap, the clearance forward, just kicked it into space. Running onto this one is Sanderson. He's just getting his handball away, or he was caught for holding the ball. So free kick Montrose in the middle of the ground. And that'll be Riley Hams, who hasn't been too bad today. I thought he's been impressive in patches.
Blackburn 15, 20, 110, 81 points. Winners over Berwick 4-5, 29.
Big win there for Blackburn.
Full time by Davis.
That's a big result there from Mooroolbark if that's a Mustangs win. Clearance forward here for the Tigers. Falls into the hands of Carney.
Full-time Mustangs 10-5-65 defeated Beaconsfield 5-11-41.
Big win there. Mooroolbark got it to Jesse Uren inside 50. Bouncing ball. Bounced off the chest of a player there and out of bounds. And it does really hurt the fact that Mitcham win for a Mooroolbark perspective, because it's just still the 2 to 3 game gap.
Vermont have scored a crucial goal. They now lead 8-11-59 to Balwyn 6-10-46, and that's 24 minutes gone into the last quarter.
I've got the full time for Donny East Ringwood, so just watch BWS's face. 8-9-57 Donny East.
Yep.
10-17-77 East Ringwood. Yeah, look at that. Not happy.
Not ideal.
Just to look over the shoulder.
Yeah.
Roval 16-16, 112. Norwood 6-9-45.
Thanks there, Brash. As Montrose go inside 50 once again. It's going to be a bit of a longer quarter due to a incident on the field that had the stretcher out. Descent got the kick forward, not 15. Mark not paid to Daniel Frith, and we'll get a ball up inside 50.
Final scores at Cheong Park. South Croydon 9-10-64. Defeat Noble Park 4-5-29. That's 8 in a row.
Yeah.
8 losses in a row for Noble Park.
Socket forward here. Maybe a late one for the D's. Ball comes out. Nick Hallow, socket off the ground towards the boundary line. And they've taken the sting out of this game. But what a win this will be. We'll get the ladder up after the game to work out just what all these results mean. Certainly been shifting around that top 5 quite a bit, except for Park Orchards on top, who will remain on top with another big win today. We haven't got any updates from South Belgrave.
We've had nothing. Nothing's been updated in Division 2 at this particular stage.
We'll keep an eye on those after the game. Trying to break through a tackle there is Descent. Just got his kick away. They're working out inside 50. Bouncing ball to Laurie. Socket off the ground here for the Tigers, clearing it out. It's not going to go too far because Tanzimat's there. Sending them back into attack. Trying to just go the fist there. Couldn't quite make contact with it. Bit of a scrap inside 50 for Montrose. So the win for Mitcham will put them equal with Beaconsfield and Montrose, and due to their percentage, Montrose will remain in third. They've got a superior percentage, so not too much damage for them.
No, but that's what happens when you build up early wins with big percentages early. Sometimes it covers these sort of games where nothing goes right, and all right, they've lost the game, but they haven't lost anything in position, and maybe just a tad of percentage. But
yep,
I think Gary Ayres will probably be a little disappointed with the performance today.
They got to chalk it up as an off day, but you're right, it's a very disappointing result. But they coming into this game on paper, they looked big favourites, but it's the Tigers here at Walker Park that get across the line, 8-11-59 to Montrose 4-8-32.
And Gav's back. I saw him walking in with his cord before, just ready to plug it in.
Well, and listen to the song here, thanks to Tobin Brothers, celebrating lives. Big winners, Mitcham. 27 points here, 8-11-59 to 4-8-32. Blake Tennant and Ben Warren-Smith will grab a couple of interviews in just a second. Brash, you've got another score around the grounds?
Yeah, Baronia have won by 28 points. Baronia 8-13-61 defeat Templestowe 5-3-33.
Thanks there, Brash. As we're just waiting for a couple of interviews. Look, I'm getting a bit of a stare here from the junior manager, Daniel Wex, who just pointed the finger. Said we didn't give them any hope today. I didn't think they'd get across the line. But what a win it has been for the Tigers. And this is a real character building as well. And what a celebration this is going to be for some of these under-19s. Going to be a lot of players who would probably their first win, a few debutants, a couple of players who maybe it's only their second or third win. They're going to sing this song with gusto.
And that's the thing. They're building a really, really good culture here at Mitcham. After being in the doldrums for so many years, Matt McCubbin's led from the front. They've rebuilt this football club, and they're starting to become a tour de force again. Obviously, they'll want to keep this momentum going, but you just sort of feel that they've got to. Whilst this was a great win this afternoon, they really are going to need their senior players back, come towards finals.
We've got Blake Tennant down on the bantry.
Yes, we've got two of Mitcham's stars here. We've got Tom Lovell and Jesse Cherry. Jesse, I'll start off with you.
Blake, we're going to just cut you short quickly because there is we might get you to do the interviews after because there's a guard of honour for the umpires. So
get you boys after. Yep.
We'll let the Mitcham boys come down and present the guard of honour for Martin Price's 2000th umpiring game today.
Final score, Vermont have inflicted Balwyn's first defeat for the season. Vermont have got up by 13 points, 8-11-59 to defeat Balwyn 6-10-46. That's a big win for the Eagles. That really puts them right back into the mix for the second half of the season.
So just if you're listening in on Radio Eastern FM right now, the two sides have lined up in a guard of honour for the milestone umpire. 2,000 games, Martin Prizes. A fantastic effort and great to see the respect shown from both sides, the two clubs. 2,000 games for Martin. What an achievement.
Massive
and the recognition
achievement.
is very much deserved. It's been a great week for him and his family. And it's been celebrated very nicely and a great achievement today. So fantastic to Martin. As we'll now go down to the pantry because the boys have got some interviews.
Yes, take two. We got Tom. Oh, you got it? Yep.
You stay with me.
Jesse, tremendous win today. You know, backs against the walls. A lot of outs coming out this week. You must be feeling pretty proud of yourself and also the team of just this amazing performance.
Hey, Loggy! Loggy! That one's for you, mate.
Get the mic off him.
What do you know that we don't know?
So the question I ask you, how good is this win? You know, backs against the wall, a lot of outs coming into this game. You know, Glossop coming out. A lot of your backline pretty much gone as well. Must be a big win for the Tigers.
Yeah, it's a great win. You know, we're pretty undermanned today. A lot of 19s boys played and they stepped up and really showed a lot of heart. I think that's what got us across the line for the 4 points. But it's a great win. This weather and this team, keeps giving.
Tom, it's Tom Lovell down here, the big ruckman, mate. It's the midfield today. What a super effort by you guys. And it was a traditional wet weather football game. It had to be one in the middle, and that's exactly what was done. You must be really proud of yourself and your performance, but also all the boys as well.
Yeah, we are. Well, I guess it started through the midfield. We just knew we had to get it forward. Montrose is a strong team, especially we saw what they did to South Belgrave last week. So we knew we were in for a fight, but, maybe the wet weather helped us a bit today. But, everyone stepped up. So everyone played their role. We got the job done. So it's good.
Jesse, just one more before we go as well. This game, 8-point game, you were basically feeling like, because if you would have lost, it would have put, your top three chances alive. You win this today, and I think, if you win a couple more games coming into the back end of the season, you guys will be flying up the ladder as well. And do you feel like this was an 8-point game after a big win over Montrose as well?
Yeah, definitely. I thought last week was the same as well. 8 points against Rulebach, put us 2 games clear of them, and then today, definitely just keeping ourselves in the mix. Great win, so looking forward to the rest of the season and see what we can do.
Did you come in confidently today, Tom? I know that we talked about the lot of players missing from the side, but it almost seemed like when the rain came down that it almost suited you guys today. You looked like you were confident from the get-go.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It started with Spuddy. He spoke to us and said, no one expected us to win this game. I bet up there they didn't expect us to win, but we just fought. We know how to battle. That's all we do, so we just got the job done.
You guys love a broadcast game, don't you? Every time we come down, you guys really step it up for us.
We do. It was a couple of hangers, so it was good.
Great stuff, guys. Go and celebrate. Get warm. Well done.
Well, thanks there to BWS, Blake Tennant, and the two players there in Tom Lovell and Jesse Cherry had a nice little celebration there. And Jesse ran. Fair enough. I was pretty much ranting at the office saying that there's no way Mitcham will ever win with this side. What a win it's been.
Well, the three players, the one that made a special appearance, and those two are in my votes.
That's your three votes?
Yeah, they're my votes.
Probably, do we have another ad break, Lee, before we... Yep, we'll jump into an ad break and then we will get started into the votes. But out here at Walker Park for the Eastland match of the round, the Tigers, 26-point winners, 8-11-59 to Montrose, 4-9-33.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. Final score out here at Walker Park. The Tigers 8-11-59 defeating Montrose 4-9-33. A big win for the Mitcham Football Club, and I'm joined by Wayne Brasher, Ben Warren-Smith and Blake Tennant in the box after that big win for the Tigers. We've got a few awards to give out before we go around the grounds and check some final scores. Let's start with our votes in the Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground Award. Brash, I'll start with you because you've already got the headset on and you've been thinking about this one. You sort of alluded to your three players who would get a vote.
Yep.
What's your order in your top three?
One vote I give to Lovell in the ruck. I thought he controlled the contest for most of the afternoon. Gave his not only was he good in the ruck, but he was also very good around the ground and was very, very serviceable. 2 votes I'm going to give to Jesse Cherry. I thought that he, when the game needed to be won, he won some crucial possessions, but was instrumental in making sure that ball stayed in Mitcham's forward 50 for them to get the opportunity in the afternoon. And when you need a leader to stand up, and you've got a captain that can do that, Jesse Wren ticked all the boxes
Massive.
for me this afternoon. I give him my 3 votes.
Blake Tennant, your 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I thought Jackson Halo, he was superb. I felt like, kicked the goal. Thought he was pretty good up around the ground. So he's going to be my 1 vote. My 2 votes, I think you can't go past the skipper and Jesse Uran. Thought he was terrific. Set him up really much for that second quarter, which was kind of where the game was on Mitcham's turns. But I think my 3 votes, I thought he was superb from the first bounce to probably the last siren, and I thought Jesse Cherry was best on for me.
Ben Warren-Smith, your 1, 2, 3 today's game?
Yeah, it's funny when Brash was reading his out, I'm like, I should have gone first because I echo exactly what his were. So 1 to Lovell, 2 to Cherry, 3 to Uren today. I thought just that powerful midfield that they were, that's where the game needed to be won. We know how powerful the forward line and scoring power Montrose have, and in a day where that was taken away from them because of the conditions, I think a lot of other teams will actually take notice of what happened today, and should the weather come again, they'll be able to look back at this game and know where it needs to be won. And the guts and determination and the will and the want from Mitcham got them over the line today. Congratulations.
Absolutely. I agree with Lovell, but I'm going to switch him out and just give a bit of credit there to Riley Nicholas, who I thought did a fantastic job on Ryan Garthwaite in defence. 1 to him. Just because he gave me a bit of a whack, I'm going to give Jesse Uren 2 votes and give Cherry the 3. I thought both were superb. I think either or could get the award for best on ground. They were so influential through the middle of the ground. But I'll just give it to Cherry, which means a tie. Is that a tie?
It's a tie.
I think all up. And Paul's unfortunately had to go home.
What does Lee have the deciding vote?
Oh, look, no, I was going to go 3, 2 and 1 to Brad Pulley, most touches on ground. But I'd end up going Jesse Uren if I had to for a decider.
There you go. So Jesse Uren, your Sportsco Eastland best on ground. That's 2 times in a row that we've had Mitcham that he's been best on. So congratulations to him. The Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Now, I think we had a couple marked down. Obviously, there weren't many. There was 12 goals for the entire afternoon.
So I had did you have the mark down? Because I've got the mark down, if you'd like me to go.
No official award for the mark just yet.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought you were saying goal of the day.
Yeah, goal of the day, sorry.
Did you have marked?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about
no,
well.
I've marked them down. So Ryan Garthwaite in the first term, that banana kick. Jesse Uren kicked a ripping goal, but we're not going to give him. We're not going to keep loading him up with awards, especially when he gave last week. Especially when he gives you stick as well. I thought the goal by Jesse Smythe across that 50 that, wobbled its way through was a good one. Blake, do you have any other contenders?
No, I think you've summed it up pretty well there. BWS, I think Garthwaite's one. Just to make him happy, make the Demons happy. I think he'll be happy as well.
Well, you need a feel-good factor for him, do you?
Yeah, a little bit.
They won't be getting that in the
bit down.
What do you think, Brash?
I like I do like the Garthwaite one because I just thought that it's always hard to do a boo nah.
Okay, I suppose the Smythe one was a bit of luck of fortune slamming on the boot. I think Uren's goal was super as well. But, all right, let's go. We'll give it to Blakey Tennant has the final say. Ryan Garthwaite is the winner of the goal of the day.
He's another one who's got a few awards this year.
He does, but I just want to say this one. I know this is we finally got a score from the Doncaster East Ringwood game.
I already gave that one out.
Oh, you did? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry, it was.
But if you want to say it again,
them's fighting words, mate.
Yeah. Okay,
just
so
because your side lost.
East Ringwood 10-17-77 to Doncaster East 8-9-57. There you go.
Well, what have you got, Brash, on your phone?
Well, it says that Doncaster East and East Ringwood have gone into overtime.
Well, Brash, you're more
still tied on one goal each.
You might have to get on the social Brash.
Well, this was my score, which is mirrors what Blake just said, was from my camera operator. So
that's a confirmation.
Yep.
MEGT Rookie of the Day, BWS. There's quite a few. I'll just go through. I tried to tick them off as much as I could. Crampton, Barnes, Sanderson, Townsend, Marek, Rebecca, Carney, Gill, Curtis. Maybe not Carney. I think he's older than 21. Montrose, I've got Lord, Canny, Heap, Eels, Frith and Laurie. Any names stand out on the paper? I thought Curtis did a great job and they were very happy with him out at three-quarter time.
Yeah, Curtis did do a super job, but so did Taj Heap for Montrose as well. That's a real tough one.
I reckon actually Taj Heap did win it last time,
Yeah,
and I don't know if we can have two of the
No,
rookie of the
well then it's, I think that makes sense. Then Lachlan Curtis, we all in agreement of that.
That'll do.
Happy with that? All right, that's our 3 votes,
I don't
3
know if Brash
awards.
is too happy about that.
No, I am.
No, he's still trying to work out this score.
Well,
About there being an overtime.
I'm trying to work out all the scores.
Well, you'll be a happy man because Vermont got up for him. So
It's a big victory.
That's right. Any other major score? I think we went through most of them. Most seem to be pretty self-standard.
I think we should mention that Brush was Vermont's best club man in 2009. So
that's come out of the blue. Where are you bringing that from?
He's been reading our honour. He's been reading our honour boards. That's what he's been doing.
So there you go, 2009, the club man. He's also a club legend.
That's when we poached him. After that, we knew how important he was, and that's when we got on the ring.
Happy 15-year anniversary of that award.
Something like that. I'll tell you one big result before we go. Knox 9-14-68 defeat Surrey Park 9-10-64.
Yeah.
Result.
So we get Buxy on tomorrow.
On your Buxy.
Upper Gully result. Did we get an update on that one?
Upper Gully, Coldstream 11-9-75 defeat Upper Gully 10-7-67.
So just following up on that one before we have to go off air. Where does that put Upper Gully? Did Ferntree Gully get home brushed?
No, they got done.
But
they lost.
Oakley District lost to Fair Park as well, so
they survived.
No damage done, and very disappointing from Oakley too.
Fair Park 12-9, Oakley District's 11-6. So there's some upsets today. Nothing. We haven't had much from Div 4 today, unfortunately.
Are we allowed to talk about the upset in the AFL? Or
no? What are they?
Well, Fremantle after the siren beat the Swans.
After the siren,
99-98.
Interesting result there.
That's good for my Carlton minor premiership multi.
Are you a Carlton man, Beto?
No, got money on it.
Just follows the numbers.
All right, we've got a minute left, so we're going to start to clear off here. Blake Tennant, thanks for a great job pre-game down on the boundary and doing a very good job down there.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to come down to Tigerland. Enjoyed the facilities down here. It's always top notch. Love the Tiger theme song as well, which is great.
Yeah, very good. Having a frothy after the game?
No, I've got a club function that I'm hosting tonight.
Hosting?
Yeah, so I'm hosting. I've got to dress up in a suit. So there you go.
Make a trip down
we
there
might
tonight.
have to get some cameras down.
I think we will.
I want proof of that suit, mate.
Yeah, certainly right. We've got 30 seconds here. Wayne Brasher has done a fantastic big day for you. Out of the women's in the morning and then Mitcham today.
It's been a great day. I've really enjoyed myself today.
You're a legend, Brash.
Great to see. And Ben Warren-Sith back in the calling chair this week. Always great to have you on board. Great to have you back this week.
Love coming out to the MCG of the East. Have a great week, everyone.
And Megan Green down at the camera work all day today for the women's and the men's. Fantastic job. Lee Green as well for LAK LM Media. And it's all it here out at Walker Park. 8:11:59 the Tigers. 4